Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate very much your generous invitation to be here tonight. We are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published.
In Dallas, Texas, 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy.
Welcome to Norwich's 2025 Military Writer Symposium.
So unconventional warfare operates in the shadows. It emphasizes influence, disruption, and perception more than large-scale force. It targets the will of society before it targets its infrastructure or military forces. Success is measured not in territory gained, but in confidence lost, trust eroded, and alliances strained. It leverages ambiguity, the space between war and peace, where attribution is uncertain and consequences are delayed. Narratives become weapons. Ideas become ammunition. Audiences become operational terrain. JFK's words ring true today in 2025. Knowing history isn't just about repeating it. History can define the present and also chart the future. The audio and video was created by Cadet Jaden LaVecchia, Dylan Zanke, Justin Agri, and Ruby Noth. The 3 of you stand, please. Let's give them a round of applause. Thanks, guys. So my name is Dr. Travis Morris, and I have the privilege and honor of being the Executive Director for the Military Writer Symposium and the Director for the Peace and War Center. I'd like to welcome all of you to the 2025 Military Writer Symposium, and we welcome our distinguished guests that have traveled here from all over the world and the country to be here with us, and we're honored by your presence. General Gruen, sir, it's an honor to have you here, and we look forward to hearing your remarks here in a few minutes. So the Military Writer Symposium, it exists to advance our understanding of significant challenges that we face in the 21st century. Our nation's future leaders, the students and cadets in this room and on this campus, will see a battlefield that is fought on multiple domains, both in peacetime and in war. Preparing leaders for the future is Norwich's business. We've been doing this for 206 years. Norwich is currently a thought leader in cyber and information warfare. So over the next 2 days, we have an excellent program for you. We'd like to encourage all of you to attend as many sessions as you can, ask questions, and interact with our guest. The Military Writer Symposium and the Kobe Award would not be possible without the support of the university leadership and the Pritzker Military Museum and Library. So a heartfelt thanks, sir. General Broadmeadow, sir, thank you for your support. The Provost and Dean of the Faculty, Dr. Williams, thank you for your support. Dr. Tara Kulkarni, Associate Provost for Research and Chief Research Officer, thank you. And Brigadier McCullough, Commandant, and Vice President for Student Affairs, thank you so much for your support and also for colleagues and staff that have helped with this event. So this year's theme, you've seen the posters around campus, you've seen it on social media, the Shadow Front, unconventional approaches to warfare. So we emphasize that this battle space is no longer confined to geography, but it spans digital platforms, financial systems, cultural identity, and belief structures. So the next 2 days, we're here to unpack what exactly that means. So this morning, General Gruen will deliver our keynote address. After his remarks, a cadet will offer some summative comments and 2 questions, and then after that, we would like to open the floor to question and answers from all of you. So this microphone over here will be open for Q&A, so please have your questions ready. It's now my pleasure and honor to introduce Lieutenant General Gruen. However, this is where the traditional introduction ends. We can do better. This symposium is about unconventional warfare. There it must be required to leave convention at times. And so most moderators at this point would just read some portion of his bio, but we have a different format to introduce his 36 years of United States Marine Corps experience. So, to the aspiring leaders across all domains in the room, take note. General Gruen, he is a strategic systems thinker. He repeatedly served in roles where he was not just executing operations, but redesigning how the U.S. military thinks, plans, and fights, particularly in intelligence and emerging technology. He's a bridge between operators and technologists. His path from combat intelligence in Iraq to leading computer network operations for the NSA and later the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center shows an ability to translate combat realities into next generation adaptation. He's a reformer and an institutional architect. He didn't just simply fill billets or lines, he built and restructured organizations, like redesigning the Marine Intelligence Operation in Iraqi freedom. His leadership led to the formation of the Joint Intelligence Operations Center. He led the development of the Marine Corps' intelligence surveillance reconnaissance enterprise, and he's been on the leading edge for the integration of AI across the DoD. He's a warfighter scholar, multiple graduate degrees, distinguished graduate recognition, Stockdale Fellow. He's a leader who thinks deeply and acts decisively. He's the author of With the 1st Marine Division in Iraq, 2003, No Greater Friend, No Worse Enemy. He's an interdisciplinary integrator. He's led intelligence planning across Europe, Africa, the Middle East, and the Pacific. And finally, he is a future-focused leader. His final active duty role transformed joint warfighting with AI, and this shows a leader committed to preparing the United States for the next form of conflict, not the last one. So let me just say that last sentence again. It shows a leader committed to preparing the United States for the next form of conflict, not the last one. Let's welcome him to the stage with a Norwich round of applause, sir. Welcome to Norwich.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Really wonderful to be here today. Thank you, Travis, for the great introduction. I hope I can live up to that. You know, you do a lot of things in the military, and sometimes it's actually educational to like have those things reviewed. You know, but you're like, wow, that's right, I did that. You know, like yeah, I had the opportunity to do that. And I will tell you, like my career, and so and all of you, have great careers in front of you, was a series of happy accidents. And so like I'll just throw that out at you, because I saw lots of people over the course of my training and education and operational career, people that were they had a target and that was the target they were going to hit, and I'm going to be this kind of person, I'm going to have this kind of billet, and I think in a lot of cases they had such a narrow field of view that they kind of lost the big picture, right? And so I would just encourage you, military, non-military, but as you continue your studies and as you get out into the world, I mean, have a broad mind, have a curious mind, look for opportunities to do something, different, than the norm. And I think that's a really important thing. I want to say hello to my former comrade, your commandant. What a great officer he is, and I've been inspired by Bill for a long time, and yeah, it's really great to see you here. And then, of course, General Broadmeadow. I don't know if you all know about General Broadmeadow. I mean, like really know him. And Mrs. Broadmeadow, good. I'm glad to see you here, Karen. Excellent. General Broadmeadow in the Marine Corps, he did extraordinary things. I mean, like extraordinary things. What a career of influence that this man had, and with Karen, by his side. If it's not public knowledge here at Norwich, it needs to be. General Broadmeadow was the guy who basically, in the middle of war, like completely transformed the Marine Corps, right? Completely rebuilt the way logistics was done, completely rebuilt how you do sustainment and preparedness, rebuilt how you did, barracks and facilities, and I mean, just like these massive muscle movements, across a large institution. That just doesn't just happen. I mean, you have to have a special individual to do that. So, General Broadmeadow, John, it's such a pleasure. Thank you so much for the invitation, and it's really great to see one of my good battle buddies, back here. So thank you very much. Are there any senior enlisted folks in the room? None. Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you about senior enlisted Marines and other services anyway. When I talk about the secret sauce of like the military ethic, and if you are going to be in the military, you're going to interact with the military, or even in the general workplace, there are people that you really need to know, and they're not necessarily the people that are at the top of the line and block chart. These are the people that really make things happen, and they do extraordinary things wherever they are in the org chart. And in the specific case that I'm thinking about, Marine Corps gunnery sergeants, or Navy chiefs, or Army sergeant first classes. And I've had each one of those types, working alongside me, in many of the billets that I've had. And I tell you. I think the way I think about it is, you come here and get a great education. School will make you smart, but you will get the opportunity to interact with senior enlisted and other like really savvy people, and that will make you wise, right? So if you want to be smart and you want to be wise, you have to think through your studies, you have to learn, but through your schooling here, and when you move out into the workforce or into the military, whatever it is, I mean, you look for those people that will help you become wise, so you really understand how things go, and your path will be straightened as a result. So, look, here at Norwich, I know salute your traditions and your stories and your legends. Service and sacrifice. I mean, from the founding, Norwich history is a pure reflection of national history, right? Citizen soldiers and patriots, but more broadly, you're making ready Americans. And I think that is such a powerful thing when I step on the campus here, and I'm thinking this as a generator of future American leaders in uniform, in corporations, wherever it is. But to me, that is such a powerful thought that I'm really blessed to be here today. And our history, of course, is more than just military exploits, right? It's the law, it's mathematics, it's science, it's space, it's business empires, national agencies, governors, CEOs, national security advisors. All of those people have sat in these seats or seats like this here at Norwich. Authors, journalists. I mean, it's right to celebrate the patriotism, the sacrifice, commitment, and accomplishment of every scholar that has walked through these doors, whether you're a military person or not a military person. And I think that standard of accomplishment, that tradition of accomplishment, is one of the things that that we learn and we observe, and I think we all get a lot from that. The things we hold dear, right? Like when you're here, these are the things that you learn at Norwich, right? These are the things that we owe to each other. We owe to our nation, and we owe to build and grow to pass down a much better world than we experienced, when we found it as it is. In fact, it's that tradition and heritage that run through the veins of every Norwich grad and every patriot. You'll learn much while you're here. Some of the lessons will stick, some of the lessons will not stick, but the outcomes of, again, not just those wearing a uniform, not just those that are entering academia, not just those that are going into the professions. Like it is that men and women committed in service and patriotism that go out into all of our organizations and our institutions across this country that actually make this country work. And so I really applaud you, for your studies here and your choice here to learn here at Norwich. It is meaningful, and me as an American, I really appreciate that. But you'll also learn it's not just about those virtues. I mean, you're going to learn very practical things that make careers, that make success, that make happiness. And this is like a really important component of your learning here. You're learning lots of things, but learning attitudes and learning how you make things happen, I think, is critically important. And here's a little bit of, here maybe it's wisdom. No matter what you think you're going to do for a job when you leave this school, it ain't going to be that, right? No matter what you are, even if you're even within a military context, I'm going to be a lieutenant in the Marine Corps. Well, guess what? Your path in that institution is something that you can only imagine, and it will evolve, over your over your career. Don't get laser bore-sighted on one objective for your career, because your life is going to be so much bigger than that, and you will find surprises at every turn. If you keep your eyes open, you'll find that you have this idea of I'm going to be this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do military service, and then I'm going to go into business enterprise, or I'm going to start a company, and you'll find that that it won't go exactly as you like it to, but if you have your eyes open, it will go in ways that will make you happy and will make you successful because of the momentum that you build, because it's something that you're building. Keep your mind open. Don't get tunnel vision on any particular outcome here from school. And while we reflect the values of Norwich, we each have to find our original path to success. And I'm here to tell you, each of these are unique, they're crafted, far more than a curriculum of study, and this is not heresy to the professors that are here, far more than a curriculum of study. Your future will be the product of the decisions you make, the friends you make, and the opportunities you make. Your success will be the sum of these things. And so it's really important that you keep your eye on those things, right? Ponder your decisions. Seek broad acquaintances, meet people, and curate your friends very carefully, because these are the things that will make you successful over the years. And you have a great fortune of entering a world of exponential change, and I want to talk about that now. Exponential change and exponential opportunities, and I'm gonna go through a couple of these, but what do they say? May you live in interesting times is a blessing and a curse, right? And so you're going to find you are living in very interesting times. I'm going to tell you a little bit about that. Many of you probably know as much or more than I do. So, but look, thinking about this, the operative word of the change that we experience, the change in our ecosystem, our environment, the way we think, the way we act, the operative word is transformation. Transformation, and I love this, and I hope you tuck this away because this is really important. Transformation, transform, means the form changes. That doesn't necessarily mean we throw everything out. It doesn't mean that the world changes sort of arbitrarily or in a way that, that we don't have any control or agency. What that means is we have to learn how to think about the way things change and not to just observe things as they are, but what is possible and how things change over time. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. Your success hinges on the trajectory of that change. And so like one of the most important things, and we'll talk about this here in a second when we start talking about Shadowfront, like as warfare changes, for example, it's critical that you not only, see and understand what's happening in the moment, but you need to see and understand where this lies in the trend and where does this take us to. And every sort of phenomenology, technological phenomenology, drones, whatever, all drive us to that same place, that transformed place where we can keep our eyes open to understand what's happening around us, and then we can act accordingly to achieve what we need to achieve. Your president and I spent some time in the Middle East, over the course of our careers. We worked for a guy named Mattis, and if that sounds like mad at us, if you say it quick, we worked for General Mad at us. But General Mad at us was a wonderful mentor, coach, and driver. I mean, he had no patience. He drove us to success. He blew through obstacles. He made things happen when everybody said it could not. And so, like that kind of trajectory, it was an honor every single day to work with General Mattis. But the things that that sometimes became apparent was in just a short 20 years ago. It seems like everything that we had. All the tools of war that we had, the systems that we had, the technology we had, were very much they were ancient, right? So like the equipment that we had was decades old generally. I mean, here's the thing. When General Broadmeadow and I were in Iraq, for example, we had paper maps, we had yellow stickies, we had maps on the wall, maybe a PowerPoint slide of a picture of a map on the wall, non-interactive, forward-looking. I mean, it was completely static. So when we fought in 2003, we fought very much like soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen fought in Vietnam, and actually not that far from Korea or not that far from World War II. Right? So like this idea, this sort of like technological stasis where, you have a set of systems and you upgrade them, you paint them, you make them shiny, maybe you add, a piece of kit on the side. That takes you only so far until you get to things like we experience today, transformation. The form changes. And this is true in any environment, in the educational environment, in the military environment, certainly. In the business environment today, I spend a lot of time working with companies today to understand the trajectory of change and being able to get out in front of that change. And that is a really powerful message that, that we'd like to talk about. Transformation, the form changes. Digital, think about digitally integrated financial markets, automated traffic flow on the highways, digital backbones, state-of-the-art chips, custom devices, energy research, fusion energy for me is a really powerful thing, because fusion energy, when we achieve fusion energy, think about all of the challenges that creating energy, makes real. When we get fusion energy enabled by artificial intelligence, then we'll be in a place where suddenly the world changes again. The form changes, because now we don't have to, pump oil or natural gas out of the ground. We don't have to, cover miles with solar panels, et cetera. Like, this idea of transformational change happening now and the trajectory of that accelerating, I think is something really important that, that all of you are going to experience over the course of your career. Transformation, the form changes. Like, warfare provides many, and again, I don't want to anchor on warfare, but, think about like Russia's war with Ukraine, right? Where it started with remember 2014, little green men, right? Down in the southern parts and the central parts of Ukraine, where suddenly without, in most cases, firing a shot, occupation of Crimea and a lot of other little small chunks of Ukraine. I mean, the form of warfare changed in that moment and has continued to transform since then. Think about like the Ukrainians now. Just a few months ago, if you think about redefining the aircraft carrier, right? What do we think about when we think about an aircraft carrier? A capital ship, large-scale munitions, expensive platforms. What do the Ukrainians mean by a aircraft carrier? They mean a box truck full of drones that gets driven on the highway to the gate of the facility that they want to destroy. Pop the hatch open, the driver zips away, and suddenly you have an aircraft capability that can destroy like strategic airplanes, right? Like, that to me is like the prototypical transformational change that we'll have to meet in almost everything, in almost all the forms of military operations and business as well. The transformation in the war, in the way wars are conducted, is the theme, right? The form changes. And so, things like, I hear a lot of people, and, many of you probably do the same thing. You hear somebody will talk about drones, and they'll sort of like, say, yeah, future of warfare. Oh, drones. And that is really the lazy man or lazy woman's perspective here of, okay, drone is a piece of technology. Now, how does that get integrated into a complete warfighting function? How does one artifact of technology change the way or transform the way that the battlefield is executed and the battlefield flows? These are sort of, in General Broadmeadow's day and my day, it was simpler, it was linear, it was understandable because there was such a precedent behind it. We understood the history of World War II and how they fought, and honestly, we could see a lot of that reflected in the way that we did operations just 20 years ago. Today, it's different. Transformation, the form changes, and we have to be cognizant about that in the business space, in the military space, wherever it is. So I'm eager to get to questions. So let me just kind of just close down just a little bit here. Look, we have to think about these things now when we think about it, and I'll just throw these out at you because I think these are really important. They're important in a military context, but they're important in a business context as well. The role of autonomy, autonomous systems, maybe agentic AI. Think about the role of autonomy and how we build autonomous functions, how we build autonomous institutions, how do we build autonomous components that help us accomplish our missions, whatever our mission is. That's an autonomous agent that runs down all of the legal precedents for you, if you're preparing a big case, for example. That's autonomous agents that can build medicines specifically applicable to the function of an individual human. I mean, these are the things that are right there at our fingertips. The idea of placing the human mind on a pedestal, which I think is absolutely imperative here in new types of warfare, right? Like process flow, integration of human decision making and autonomous decision making. How do we do that? Have we thought through, like, where are the ethical boundaries? Where are the lines as we start to do that? That is absolutely critical as we see warfare changing, and not just warfare, everything else. Human ethics and decision making. I just spent a week, with a group of multi-faith faith leaders, right, from almost every religion that you can imagine, and talking about like artificial intelligence and the role of AI and autonomy and humanity in a spiritual perspective, right? So like this idea of transformational change and how it changes the form, it's all the way into people's deep beliefs, right? It's not just about technical artifacts. It is, how are you going to operate in that space? How are you going to protect humanity, your humanity, and the humanity of others while we do this? Is that something that we're going to continue to value for the ethicists that are in the room, right? Like, how do we think about that? That is the kind of stuff that people are talking, people globally are now starting to really bore in and figure that out. I do think, let me just give you a couple more. Harvesting our institutions. And one of those institutions, I think things like digital governance, for example. I grew up in Michigan, so I'll just use Michigan as an example. Michigan governance, it's complete, it's paper forms, it's, driving down to the DMV, it's paying your taxes by writing a check. I mean, like complete transformation is going to happen, not just in a military sense, not just in a business sense, but also in the way we live our lives and the way that we interact with each other. And so this is a whirlwind. You know this. I guess I would start to set the stage here. Look, all of this stuff is part of a broad transformation that you can see and you can understand when you learn how to think about it. You can identify processes that are obsolete. How long does it take to update a curriculum, for example? Does that take a year? Do you do it every month because the technology is changing every month? I mean, like those kind of very close questions for how do you stay modern and stay up with the transformational curve, and no matter who you are, no matter what you're going to do when you leave this room. So I'm going to leave it at that. I really appreciate your attention, and I'd love to have some conversation here because this is such a deep subject.
Give a round of applause.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much, sir. We certainly appreciate your remarks, and also starting off the symposium, talking about not only just artificial intelligence and how things are changing, but also just the human capital aspect of it. And that's something that we at Norwich always want to put forward, the human capacity and the human capital. So I'm going to ask our cadet, Demetrius Manitas, if you could please come to the microphone. He is going to offer just a few remarks and then start us off with questions. And he's interested in becoming a Marine. He's a recruit, studies in war and peace. He's also from Greece. And so he's going to offer some remarks, a couple questions, and then everybody else, please, questions, just line up behind him, and then we'll see how far we get with Q&A. So over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
As an aspiring Marine, first of all, I'd like to thank you for coming here and informing us and starting up the Military Writer Symposium. So from what I understood is that, first of all, networking is very important, and it's a requirement, I believe, in order to continue on with life. I understood that slowly the world is transitioning and is transforming into a more modern state than what it used to be. So it's very important to be up to date with everything that we know. And then, sir, my question for you is, according to your book, you stated that one of the main ways that the 1st Marine Division and their success was with this trust. So my question to you, sir, was how can aspiring leaders be able to create this trust within their units?
Could you say that last sentence one more time? So
how can aspiring leaders create this success for their mission and their operation based on the trust that the unit has?
Yeah, that's a great question, and it's kind of the operative question, because if you believe what I said, and I think the evidence is pretty strong, like that this is not a temporary adoption of technology issue. This means the form changes in every industry and in every military operation, in every governance environment. I mean, human beings will push back on this, but we'll have to have a level of cooperation between humans and machines in this future. And once again, the transformation captures that, right? If the way that we're going to do things changes, the way that you stay ahead, the way that you can think broadly and understand what's happening under your feet, and the way you can kind of predict what's going to happen, tomorrow, it really is all about understanding the transformational curve. And you can see it, you can see it in farming, you can see it in banking, you can see it in the law. I mean, so like this is not, this is not the conversation of just military weapons. This is a conversation of you, managers of your own future and managers of the future of all of us, you having the wisdom to think about transformation and how you will observe things that change, how you will shape things that change. Maybe you'll push back on changes that are not appropriate or things that you don't like. But all of this is the core of everything you're going to learn here, today, and everything you're going to learn here over the next, 4 years or however long you're here. This transformational curve, we've had lots of transformational events over time in our history. The history of technology, is a very broad expanse. But I think today is different, and today marks a change, and it coincides exactly with your education. As you walk out the door into a changed world, you're going to have to run fast and you will be at the head of that pack that really understands the change and make sure that you can do it in the right ways.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
So would you ask one more?
Just real quick, so cadets and students, we know you're a smart lot. This is an opportunity for you to ask some Q&A, so please just go ahead and you can move to that mic on the other side. It's just a really unique opportunity. I want you to take advantage of it, so don't be shy. So go ahead. Over to you for your second question, quickly.
And then, sir, you've had experience throughout your career, and then clearly when you moved and became for the Joint Staff for Intelligence and then later for the NSA. So from your personal experience, where would you draw the line for the ethical question that a lot of people have been having about AI usage on the battlefield?
Of AI?
AI's usage on the battlefield.
Yeah. So that is a critically important question, right? Like, how do we now, again, with kind of our core morality, and this, for speaking to an American Western audience here, military and civilian both, I think it's really important to understand, like one of the things that is most important to us is how do we shape our relationship between our technology and our humanity? And that sounds like very, ethereal, right? That sounds like something that's not actionable, but it is actionable, right? Like paying attention to, the maturation of large language models, for example. Right now we're, large language model says something that, that angers us or whatever, maybe causes somebody to take an action, suicide, for example. There's a couple of examples of that now, where interaction with a large language model, I wouldn't say inspired, but sort of like facilitated, a suicide. And so, like, if that is an opportunity for the technology, then we have to think about, like, okay, how do we start to manage that? And that, large language models are one particular aspect. Obviously, there's a lot more to this than that, but it really raises a lot of questions about our humanity, and on the battlefield. Then that has enormous effect. When are you willing to launch an autonomous weapon, for example, onto a target? I mean, we do that today in a sense. If you're shooting a Hellfire missile, right? You aim it at the tank, you pull the trigger, or the Javelin rather, and the Javelin will do a trajectory, will find the target that it was told to hit, and then will optimize where it strikes, right? So we already have like these layers of limited autonomy within our systems and processes. So we just have to be really careful to think about like, okay, are our systems and processes adequate to reflect our moral stance, our human stance, our ethical stance? Does it align with the law of armed conflict, for example? These are questions that people have been grappling for a couple of years now. We'll be grappling for another decade on this, you know, as the technology continues to mature. Great question. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. I'm Cadet
Could you stand
Barrera.
up, please? I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
I have a couple questions for you. Mostly having to do with AI. So when it comes to AI, I'm curious on the implementation of AI in the battlefield on a squad and a platoon level. And if you could ever see, like, foresee in the future them replacing lower enlisted. As lower enlisted, I'm just kind of curious, like, how it would be implemented. Not necessarily like drones, but like going towards the future. Like I mean, online we see that they have like AI robots with very like humanistic characteristics. Will those be implemented into the battlefield in order to preserve life?
Yeah, great question, right? And it gets to sort of, we love to talk about the technology, but the underlying ethic and the underlying opportunity where like artificial intelligence, especially in a tactical environment, for example, like I couldn't imagine a Marine platoon or even a Marine squad like maneuvering without immediate, you know, situational awareness, right? I couldn't imagine a squad leader, you know, a young, you know, enlisted Marine or a young enlisted sailor, you know, like thinking about like, okay, we're going to actually launch this operation without understanding, you know, by measured understanding of like where the enemy is or where the enemy might be strong or where the enemy might be weak. So, you know, with artificial intelligence, especially, people think about artificial intelligence as a thing that does tasks. And I think it's much more appropriate to think of artificial intelligence as a system. A human is taking a machine and using that machine to execute a task. And so, like, it is so important to think about that, because if you just think about, well, you know, we're going to take the AI out of the squad, well, then you might as well not even have a squad, right? Because like you're going to have all of that human, operational thinking and all of that things that they've learned their entire life, not just what they learned, you know, at officer candidate school, but like that focused knowledge. And with the law of armed conflict, you know, in their mind, you know, anybody here, you know, who's been in a uniform, you know what the law of armed conflict is, right? Because Western nations follow that ethic, and so that, I think, if you think about human-machine teams, and maybe that's a squad with a bunch of drones, maybe it's something more sophisticated with that, but that. You know, those young people, those young soldiers, Marines, sailors, they're going to have to think through, their leadership is going to have to think through, okay, when can you take that shot? When can you not take that shot? When, you know, what is a confidence interval that's going to allow you to, to take action on a target or not? And are we going to let a machine tell us that? Are we going to let a machine say, okay, you're green to fire because we think with enough, you know, maybe we're 51% sure that that's an enemy target versus 49% it's a civilian target, right? Like those ethical dilemmas on the battlefield, and those dilemmas like echo back to like when you're building a system in the first place, and when you're training soldiers how to operate in that kind of environment. Like, we have to think about that now, right? Because the technology is available to us today. So now how do we make sure that we do it consistent with our ethics? And it's I just think it's too trite to just say, okay, that AI is going to do this. It won't. AI won't do anything. A human is going to direct an AI to do that. And so, like, how do you make sure that that path, that, you know, all the way down, you know, somebody pulling a trigger is aligned with our ethical standard?
Understood, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
I totally understand the usage of AI, like when it comes to like engineer reconnaissance or like doing basic like tasks that are oriented in that way. When it comes to like combatant level, like live fire situations, if we get to the point where we're using AI, how do we know who to hold accountable? Because do we hold the robot or the technology accountable, or the operators who are making the ethical decisions on when to use them, and how do we hold them accountable?
Yeah, that's a great question. Here's my nightmare. You're in a combat outpost somewhere, and things are happening all around you, and, you know, bullets are flying overhead every once in a while, and the human, you know, maybe there's a watchstander who's watching a screen, you know, to look for some detection or whatever, and the human isn't sure, but the machine said 51%, so the human sort of lazily, intellectually lazy, says, or from exhaustion or whatever it is, that human, in a moment of weakness or panic or, you know, fear, can make a bad decision about, you know what, I'm not sure. The machine said it's this. I'm gonna trust the machine, right? And that's going to happen. We know it will. But how do you do that in a context? How do you build a context where smart human operators know the limits of the technology, know how to make good decisions in a really complex decision environment? I think that, you know, again, our humanity, the way we're trained, especially in Western militaries, like, I think we can handle this, but we have to, you know, we have to be very cognizant of the risks of in command and control, right? So I think command and control are really important words in this context. Command defines who actually has the legal authority to do something. But control is how do you actually execute that command, right? And that control is where danger lies, right? Because we may execute control in a way that the command did not actually anticipate, right? Or, you know, was maybe against or unaligned with what the commander actually wanted. And those are the kind of things that become, you know, it's one thing if you fire off a spare, you know, a mortar round, you know, but it's a lot more if you're, you know, if you bring a fleet of drones and destroy an entire compound, you know. So like this, you know, the artifacts of this are you know, they're really big, right? Like on the back end of that decision.
Thank you, sir.
Great, yeah, thank you, great question.
So we have about 3 minutes left, and thank all of you for your questions. And if we could, just have each of you come to the mic, state your question clearly and succinctly. And sir, you can choose if you'd like just to address quickly, all of them together quickly, but it just gives you a flavor of what's on the student's mind. So if you could,
Super.
One after each other, just ask your question, and then we have a couple minutes left.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Recruit Hart. With the need to transform as a branch of the few, how can the Marine Corps take steps to implement better systems and equipment when their budget is so tight? At what point are you being asked to make too much with too little, with manpower, equipment, and general capability?
Thank you. Next question, please.
Good morning. How would you address the main concerns on security risks, environmental impacts, and the overall fear of AI taking over certain job positions? And how would the use of AI within cybersecurity warfare be introduced in a more positive light?
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Do you believe that with the advances of technology, modern infantry will die out?
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. With the widespread use of social media where malicious actors may use misinformation, framing of narratives, or abuse faith to spread propaganda or narratives to radicalize or destabilize, how can our society, lawmakers, or military plan to respond to the changing environment where many individuals, such as senior citizens or adolescents, may have their belief systems altered or be unable to decipher misinformation through that changing media environment?
Thank you. And finally.
Sir, I'm going to be relying more on your background in computer network operations for this one. With the advancing technology that we see now, as well as the outdated critical infrastructure defense plans we have in place, what steps would you recommend to go beyond the base level CMMC proposal currently to have a forward-thinking total cyber defense?
Great.
So, sir, complex questions that could fill a whole week for
Yeah,
us.
these are the easy ones, Travis.
Yes, sir. So just a quick minute response, sir, and then we'll conclude.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're out of time.
Yeah, great questions all. I'm motivated by the questions because you guys are thinking the right way, and that's probably the most important thing. So let me give you one little vignette that satisfies a couple of these, I think. There is a thought, so inside the Department of Defense today or the Department of War, implementation of artificial intelligence is painfully slow. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One is fiefdoms, one is, the Army's never going to, do the same thing as the Marine Corps. The Navy's never going to do the same thing as the Air Force. The fiefdoms and the enterprises that just refuse to cooperate is a real, to my mind, is one of the greatest tragedies inside the Department of War, because you need broad understanding of this. And so I think that's really important. And the reason I bring that up is, one of the things, when with the new AI strategy coming out of the White House, for example, there's a kind of a thought of, well, we'll parachute some tech bros into the Pentagon, and they'll code this all up, and it'll be fine, right? And I think that really misses the boat, because that skips over all of the ethical process in the creative thinking ethically. And it skips the part where it's actually the functional experts. It's the pilot in the aircraft. It's the infantryman, carrying the kit. It's a mortarman, finding a target. Like, you can't have effective artificial intelligence application if you don't consult the people who own the functions. And so I hear it all the time. Oh, let's just grab some tech bros and they'll code this up in an afternoon. They don't know a thing about warfighting. They don't know a thing about the law of armed conflict. They don't know a thing about ethical structures. And so it is up to us, right, especially you wearing a uniform, and those of you who get into the defense space, for example, it is up to us to make sure that we are the guardians of process. We are the guardians of our ethic. We are the guardians of who actually gets to define how something is done or not done. And so, like those, I think that answers a lot of these. I'll say one thing about cyber, because I spent a lot of time, working on that target. This is going to be the battlefield of the future. When you think about the digital environment that all of our money, all of our services, all of our defense, all of these things are operating on large-scale digital enterprises. Every digital enterprise at large scale has vulnerabilities, and so it's going to be critical for us to make sure that we have protected systems that we can continue to trust. So thank you all very much. Really appreciate the questions and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So just before you leave the stage and everybody leaves, as a warrior scholar, sir, we'd like to give you a definitive book on Norwich history written by renowned scholar Alex Kershaw. But as a Marine, we'd like to give you something heavy to put in your rucksack. So all the best, sir. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And the symposium will continue throughout the day. Hope to see you throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Okay. Watch your step. Number one. Number two. You. So let me have him. I'm old school. I like to just talk out loud.
Can you tell me where the
Everybody sit down. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin in 2 minutes. If you could, please take your seats. And also, if you could move towards the middle to make sure that they're sitting on the end. We're going to begin here in 2 minutes. Oh. Good.
Rick went to them. Yep.
Have them come right up here, okay, and then we'll take a seat.
Yep. I'm.
Good morning, everyone. If you'll please be seated, we'll be starting our first session.
Should work as a clicker if she needs it, but just hit. You gonna let her go first? Yes. Okay.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Kim. I am the moderator with Leslie, and it is my absolute honor to welcome you to the first session of the Military Writers Symposium on Irregular Warfare, a topic that has never been more relevant or more complex. Irregular warfare operates in the gray zones between peace and open conflict. It is a struggle for influence, legitimacy, and information, often without a single shot fired. It challenges how we think about deterrence, about war, about power, and about how nations compete and defend their interests in the modern era. In today's session, we are joined by two leading experts who approach these challenges from different but deeply connected perspectives, lawfare and gray zone tactics. To begin, I have the privilege of introducing Dr. Jill Goldenziel. Dr. Goldenziel is a professor at the National Defense University's College of Information and Cyberspace, where she teaches senior military and civilian leaders from the United States and allied nations. She is also a non-resident fellow with NATO's Office of Legal Affairs at Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe, and an affiliated scholar at the University of Pennsylvania's Fox Leadership International Program. Her award-winning research explores international law, lawfare, and information warfare, examining how law itself has become a weapon in strategic competition. She is a Forbes and Bloomberg opinion columnist, has testified before Congress, and in 2022 received NATO's Serge Lazarev Prize for her groundbreaking work on legal operations and lawfare. Dr. Goldenziel's work reminds us that in today's conflict, ideas, norms, and narratives could be just as decisive as kinetic power, and that mastering the legal and informational battle space is essential to winning in the irregular one. Please note that Dr. Goldenziel is participating in her personal capacity. The views expressed in the presentation of her own does not necessarily represent those of her university, the U.S. Department of Defense, or any other arm of the U.S. government. At this point, I will turn it over to my co-moderator, who will introduce our second speaker.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Cadet Leslie Moline. I'm a criminology major here at Norwich University, and it is my privilege to introduce our second keynote speaker, Dr. Landgraf. Dr. Landgraf is the commentary editor at War on Rocks as a senior fellow in the Foreign Policy Research Institute Eurasia's program and an adjunct professor at Rowan University. He previously served as a managing editor of the Texas National Security Review, with a 20-year career in the U.S. Army. He has extensive overseas experience in the United Kingdom, the Republic of Georgia, Belgium, Afghanistan, and Iraq, along with tours at the Pentagon and the Defense Intelligence Agency. Dr. Landgraf holds a PhD from Virginia Tech's School of Public and International Affairs and is a leading voice in military strategy, foreign policy, and defense analysis. I would like to now invite Dr. Godensdale to the podium.
Thank you to our moderators, and thank you to all of you for being here this morning. Your commandant was my first boss in professional military education 9 years ago, and for those of you who haven't had the chance to get to know him, do it while he's here. You will benefit greatly from his leadership and also his excellent sense of humor, which I needed when I was dropped into the Marine Corps unexpectedly 9 years ago. So I've been given 15 minutes to introduce to you the topic that has taken up most of my time for the last 5.5 years since I started writing on it seriously. So this is going to be a very quick wave-tops overview of lawfare, and I hope that you will be interested enough after this to dig into it more, ask lots of questions in the Q&A, and I'm always happy to follow up and talk about this. All right. So first, why does this matter? The US tends to be very focused on crisis. We're focused on responding to crisis. We're focused on the what-if scenario if the PRC invades Taiwan. What if crisis breaks out in the Pacific or in the South China Sea? The PRC is very focused on the long term. They're very focused on creating a world that is safe for their interests, safe for authoritarianism, safe for them being able to do what they want in their neighborhood and all over the world. And these aggregate consequences over time that they're taking little actions towards each and every day can be as damaging as armed conflict in the long term. And lawfare is a key part of that strategy. Nothing less than the entire world-based international order is at stake. Freedom is at stake. Internet freedom, which I hope we'll have some time to talk about, is very much at stake. Free speech freedoms in the US are at stake from the PRC's actions in this domain. And yet, as I'll talk about, the US has not focused on this very much. That's starting to change, certainly very much in the last 5.5 years, and I've had the privilege of being involved in those efforts, but we're not nearly as focused on this domain as China is. How many of you had heard of lawfare before this morning? Okay. I hope next time I'm here in 5 or 10 years, all of those hands will go up. All right, so what is lawfare? The PRC has had 3 warfares, what's known as the 3 warfares, that underpin their military strategy since at least 1963. It may have been even before that. 1963 is the first time we can find it written down in Chinese doctrine. And these 3 warfares are meant to be used in tandem with each other to seed the groundwork for PRC strategy and PRC military actions. So they underpin the PRC's entire civil-military fusion strategy. So what are they? Public opinion warfare or media warfare involves shaping domestic and international public opinion with the specific goal of undermining the adversary's will to fight. Psychological warfare is about undermining the adversary's combat power and resolve with the specific goal of getting the adversary to factionalize. Then legal warfare, which is often translated as lawfare, is about shaping the global context for PRC's actions using domestic and international law. And the goal of legal warfare is to delegitimize the adversary. So if some of this looks familiar, that's because For 2 of the 3, the US military has some sort of analog. A little bit different, but we have information warfare, we have psychological warfare, we have PSYOPs, been doing those for a while. The goal might be a little bit different, the methods might be a little bit different, but we have rough analogs. We don't have anything like that for legal warfare. We don't have military operational specialties focused on it. We don't have all of our JAG or Judge Advocate Corps trained in it. And again, that's starting to change, but we're not there yet. And we certainly don't have commanders all trained in lawfare. So about 5 years ago, I wrote a law review article, which got published in the Cornell Law Review. And then I started getting calls from military units, combatant commands saying, we're interested in your work, come advise us, help us develop programs on it. And the first one was US Indo-PACOM and the Joint Staff. There are now 3 combatant commands with counter-lawfare programs based on my work, and I advise them, and I'm working with a number of other combatant commands and units as well that I'd be happy to talk about. And so Indo-PACOM took my definition from this law review article, which is that lawfare is the purposeful use of law to achieve a particular objective, strategic, operational, or tactical, against a particular adversary, or to bolster the legitimacy of one's own strategy, operations, tactics, or weaken the legitimacy of an adversary's. So this is a bit of a mouthful. A colleague of mine wrote a book called Lawfare, Law as a Weapon of War. That's much more catchy. But my goal was to come up with something operationalizable. So to unpack this for a second, lawfare has to be a purposeful use of law. Not every law passed by Congress is lawfare. It has to be targeted against a particular adversary to be lawfare. It's how that law is used, not what that law necessarily says. And then this legitimacy piece is what's probably taken off the most in the Joint Force, because it turns out that the will to fight is really, really important, which some of you already know far better than I do. And undermining the will to fight, undermining the resolve of an adversary or the PRC's work to undermine their adversaries turns out to be extremely important. There are 5 types of lawfare that I've defined, which I'm going to walk you through in the next few slides. Battlefield exploitation, instrumental, information, institutional, and proxy. These are observational, which means that there are ways I've seen states using lawfare. There are other types. I'm giving these to you as a way of breaking down what could be an otherwise amorphous concept, right? Don't think too hard about, well, is that other battlefield exploitation or is that institutional? That's not the point. The point is just to be able to unpack this concept a bit more. And most of the references I give you are going to be with relevance to what's going on in the South China Sea. You can see the map here. China claims everything within that tongue-shaped, I'm seeing some people nodding, so I imagine you've seen this before, that tongue-shaped area, which they call the 9-dash line. You can see it superimposed over some gray dotted lines, which are the exclusive economic zones of those neighboring states according to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. And you can see there's a lot of overlap there, and thus the possibility of some kind of conflict. Right. So first, battlefield exploitation lawfare. When this concept of lawfare was first brought into the legal academy by then Colonel, later Major General Charlie Dunlap, back in 2001. I imagine our Marine generals worked with him, and perhaps your commandant as well, has worked with him in the Middle East when he was Mattis's JAG in CENTCOM. So when he brought this concept into the academy back in 2001, he talked about how violent non-state actors were using human shields against US and coalition forces, and of course Hamas using them against Israel as well. So adversaries were exploiting the law-abidingness of US and coalition forces. Right? That's the classic conception of lawfare. That's what battlefield exploitation lawfare is. What China is doing here is they're using the People's Armed Forces Maritime Militia to blur that line between combatant and civilian. These are civilian fishing vessels, civilian fishing fleets manned by civilians that are under PRC military command part of the time, making it difficult for other forces, US forces, to know whether these are actually fishermen fishing or whether they're engaged in some kind of military activity for the PRC. And it's unclear what exactly that then would mean in armed conflict, certainly unclear what that means for their targetability during gray zone warfare. And it creates an information operations debacle no matter what, because if a US military vessel were to fire on a fishing vessel per se, even if they're actually under the Chinese chain of command, it's going to look like the US is firing on a civilian vessel. Instrumental lawfare is the use of law to achieve a traditional military objective. And this is my favorite one because of the Philippines-China arbitration. So up here, what looks like a pile of rocks is a picture of Scarborough Shoal, which has been in the news recently as well. Back in 2012, there was a major standoff there between between Philippine and PRC military vessels. And the US at the time said, or was ambiguous at best, as to whether we would come to the aid of the Philippines if they got involved in military conflict with the PRC at Scarborough Shoal. At the same time, China was building artificial islands, and you can see up here, this is 2012, Mischief Reef in the Philippines Exclusive Economic Zone. 3 years later, what it looked like, and that picture from 2017, where you can see that it has been militarized, although Xi Jinping was denying that at the time. So what did the Philippines do? Because they couldn't fight back militarily. They filed a lawsuit, which they eventually won in 2016 in the Permanent Court of Arbitration. And that decision has now set the lines for any coming conflict in the South China Sea. The allies of the Philippines have said that, have urged the PRC to comply with UN Convention on the Law of the Sea boundaries and the terms of the International Court arbitration, whereas China has angrily rejected it. This decision has made China extremely angry and caused them to really advance their own legal warfare claims as well. And here's one of the ways. Information lawfare, by using law to control the narrative of the conflict. China rejected the arbitration as what they call a piece of waste paper and has started creating their own legal narrative through what I'll call creative interpretations of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. Immediately after the decision, they put up this, I'll call it a billboard in Times Square on this building here, and broadcast 5 times a day for about 6 weeks following the arbitration, a video telling their side of the story, how China has ruled the South China Sea peacefully for centuries, and then an unnamed intruder came into their backyard and started causing all kinds of problems. And they did it here in Times Square in order to put a thumb in the US's eye, but also to broadcast their narrative to as many foreign tourists as possible. And I would encourage you to look up this video on YouTube. It is almost hilarious in its distortions of the facts, but also a bit scary because you know that a lot of people are also listening and believing this narrative, especially if it's the first one that they hear. Institutional lawfare, creating new laws and institutions to support military or strategic efforts. So sometimes China does this very literally. They have created Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and the New Development Bank in order to fund their Belt and Road projects, and they've gotten a lot of US allies and partners involved in these banks as well. They've also created a number of domestic laws known as the Legal Great Wall in order to ostensibly protect their national security and cybersecurity. There's about 20 of those laws, depending on who you ask. One of them is the Coast Guard, an amendment to the Chinese Coast Guard law, which enables the Chinese Coast Guard to operate far off the coast of mainland China, including in the exclusive economic zones of all of its neighbors, especially the Philippines. And then proxy lawfare. How many of you have heard of TikTok? Thought so, a lot more than have heard of lawfare. So I probably don't need to explain to you or talk to you very much about the litigation that has gone on between TikTok and the United States. And of course, the US isn't really worried about TikTok, the company per se. What we're really worried about is the influence of the People's Republic of China. And when I testified before Congress, I talked all about other legal actions that Chinese proxies are taking, not only in our courts, but in the courts of our allies and partners as well. So what I want you to come away with is that the PRC is using these three warfares, legal warfare, but certainly in tandem with information warfare and psychological warfare, to manifest its own narrative over the long term. And I use manifest because China's view very much is if we say the world is like this, it will eventually become that way. And many of our allies and partners are hearing China's narrative first, right? They don't know, and it's not because our allies and partners are like, stupid by any means. It's not that. It's that China has infiltrated the information infrastructure of various countries, and they're loud enough that they're able to broadcast their narrative in ways that right now that we don't. And if they start to hear China's creative legal interpretations, China's interpretations of how the world should be, China's depiction of the US as an evil intruder in their backyard, people are going to start to believe it. There's a risk there, big risk there. People are going to start to believe it. And the US has been late to the game at catching on to this. Again, we're moving forward, but we have a long way to go to catch up. Since many of you are focused on cyber and information, I'll leave you with what I'm really worried about at night, which is that China is really trying to push its own technological standards, right? And those technological standards really affect the way that we use the internet. So if you imagine, many of you probably you grew up with the internet, so you don't remember when you first opened your own web browser. But imagine that you're opening Weibo instead of Google, right? What wouldn't you know? You wouldn't know anything about Tiananmen Square. You wouldn't know anything about Hong Kong once being relatively free. You wouldn't know that Taiwan has been independent and never ruled by China, right? And they're trying to do the same thing with DeepSeek versus US models of AI. If DeepSeek becomes the AI platform or the LLM that the world runs on, they're going to start to see a very different narrative than the US narrative of what the world should look like and what international law should look like. And so I leave it to you to solve that problem in your future careers. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Goldenseal. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Landgraf for his talk on gray zone tactics. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. This is my first time at Norwich University, and really appreciate the honor of coming here to speak with you all today. Thank you, leaders, administrators, our student moderators, students and cadets. I learned just last night that Norwich is the home of ROTC, which is a pretty cool honor. Myself and a product of ROTC being commissioned into the Army in 2003 as an intelligence officer. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about a different U.S. adversary using gray zone tactics. And then I'm going to shift to talk about writing. After all, this is a military writer symposium, and I know in your studies you're engaged with writing, and as you graduate and either join the military or go onwards to other leadership positions, you'll be asked to write as well. And it's important that we try to write clearly and communicate effectively. So I'll talk a bit about Russia's air incursions in European NATO territory, a recent spate of incidents over the past 30 to 60 days. And then I'll also talk about writing and editing and leave you with some tips on improving your writing. So I'm an editor at War on the Rocks, which is a digital media outlet. We focus on defense, foreign affairs, and national security. What does an editor do? An editor basically works with a writer to try to make your publication as best as possible, to get your writing in the best fighting shape so it reaches a wide audience and is easily accessible to an audience. There's been a debate unfolding in our pages at War on the Rocks over the past 30 to 60 days surrounding this series of Russian air incursions over European NATO territory. This is both through drones and then also manned fighters. There's been incidents over Poland, Romania, and Estonia and other places over the past, throughout September and into October. And so the first question is, why now? And what is the point of these air incursions? And it points to a couple different ways to think about it. One is that this is a gray zone tactic, employing unconventional means in a vague no man's land between war and peace. Actions that can be seen as aggressive and provocative, but are also below the threshold of armed conflict. And so what these things do, drone incidents, overflight incidents, they're able to avoid unpredictable escalation dynamics and how conflicts could escalate from gray zone to outright war. It creates confusion on how countries and alliances such as NATO can react and respond to these incidents. It also is a punitive measure. These incidents are also meant to send a message to those countries who are supporting Ukraine in its war against Russia to stop doing so or to reconsider supporting Ukraine. And on another level, it's probing NATO's responses, not only the air defense responses of NATO countries, but the political response and the element of political cohesion and alliance cohesion that is implicated in these responses. So these events raise a lot of questions. One is how to understand these things and how to understand the incidents of the last 30 to 60 days. Some observers interpret these as a first step to the road to war, a prelude in a series of actions that Russia will take to escalate into all-out war with Europe. Another way to look at these incidents is that this is a continuum of events that Russia has been engaged in since the initial invasion of Ukraine and annexation of Crimea in 2014, but has really ratcheted up since the full-scale invasion of in 2022. And this is not just air incursions, overflights of NATO territory. This is espionage, cyber attacks, sabotage attacks, arson across Europe. So there's really multiple ways to interpret how these things are happening, and how we interpret these actions shapes how our responses will be to these actions. So how should NATO and the United States respond to these events? And there's really three options here. Some observers say that NATO should, quote unquote, defend forward. So instead of defending from behind NATO's borders, using defensive measures, air defense measures, NATO should do more to defend from inside Ukraine. Now, whether that means stationing NATO personnel and NATO systems on Ukrainian territory is an interesting question, and it has a lot of implications and consequences. The most dire is that it could lead to direct war between NATO and Russia. Other observers say that these incidents justify giving Ukraine more capability to defend itself. So whether either providing more weapons, more training, more systems to the Ukrainians, so the Ukrainians can defend themselves and their territory. And then there's always the option in any military courses of action is to do nothing. Do nothing is sometimes a reasonable option, to gather more facts, to observe, see how events will play out. But in this case, do nothing could mean that Russian incursions continue and resulting in death in a frontline state, and that will very may well implicate NATO's Article 5, which is the bedrock of the NATO Charter that states that an attack on one country means an attack on all, and that NATO countries will respond to defend each other. So as an editor at War on the Rocks, I have the responsibility and really the honor, because this is a research subject that's very close to my heart, NATO and transatlantic relations, is to be able to shape and cultivate these debates on our pages. So let me turn now to writing. So why should you write? You have to write quite a bit as a student in your essays and finals. Once you move on from Norwich, you may say to yourselves that you're finished writing. You're a bit sick of it. It's time to move on. But the fact is, many of you are going to be placed in leadership positions, whether they're in the military or in the private sector or working for the government. And leaders need to be good communicators. There's really no way around that. And writing helps you become a better communicator. Writing helps you share lessons learned. It broadens and widens your reach to a larger audience. And writing also helps you learn faster by identifying your own unforeseen gaps in your own knowledge. By putting pen to paper, you get a better sense of understanding of where your own gaps are and ways to fill those gaps. And it doesn't really matter who you are. Everyone has ideas that someone else can benefit from. So it's worth sharing those ideas. So you may ask yourselves, well, I'm just starting out, I'm inexperienced. What should I write about? And as you move into, for some of you joining the military, moving into your first duty stations, duty positions as lieutenants, you should write what you know. Every author is an expert in something. So find that something and leverage your experience with the subject or the unique perspective that you have on it. Doing so will enhance your chance of having your writing accepted at a publication, because an editor reviewing your work will inevitably look at your biography. And that's another tip. If you're looking to publish your work somewhere, even if an outlet doesn't ask for it, send in a biography, send in your resume. And the implied task there is to ensure that you have a resume and to keep it updated. Because that lived experience gives you that natural credibility, written by someone with experience will be apparent when you submit something for publication. And that credibility that you have from that lived experience, it lends itself to a more well-crafted, engaging, and personalized narrative. As far as how to get started, how to put pen to paper, how to start writing and making writing a habit. And I'll offer a few ideas on how you can do this. As you move, many of you will be commissioned, going off into the military, serving in your first duty position 2-3 years at a time, and then moving on to another place. That end of the tour time is a great opportunity for capstone writing. And what I mean by that is writing and reflecting at the end of a particular duty position. Share what you learned, share what you failed at, and share what you wish you had done differently. A good way to get into writing is branch journals. The Army in the last couple of years has started an initiative called the Harding Project to revitalize professional military writing. The kind of cornerstone to that is branch-specific journals. And this is a great way for young leaders to get involved in shaping the future of their branches, whether it's armor, infantry, intelligence, cyber. Find that branch-specific challenge to address, such as integrating first-person view drones into ground operations, and write on how that can be fixed. Another way is to address institutional issues. As you go off and you start your professional military education, share lessons learned on how PME can be improved, how it can be changed, how it can be adapted, because it's constantly adapting. And by doing so, you can start a dialogue between the institution, the learning institution, and the fielded force. And lastly, organizational. And I'm talking about your specific units here. What can your units be doing to make training more effective and preparing for combat? Write these in a white paper and seek publication to help other outside your organization and broaden your reach. And so in closing, before we get to the Q&A, I think what's most important is that you just put pen to paper and start writing. And look to publish your work. At War on the Rocks, we end up rejecting really about 90% of submissions. But writing what you know about, writing that you have stuff that you've experienced in, will help you seek publication and help you succeed. But writing takes practice, and through practice and repetition and sets, you'll build competence and confidence needed to find success in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Landgraf. We'll now open the floor for questions. As we move into the Q&A session, I would like to remind everyone to please keep your questions brief and focused so we can hear from as many of you as possible before we wrap up. If you would like to direct your question to a specific speaker, please mention that at the start. Otherwise, we'll let either of them jump in. The microphones for the questions are on both sides of the auditorium for the students and for anyone to come up for your questions. Thank you.
My name is Forrester Ballinger. Dr. Goldstein, U.S. has been hesitant to sign into a lot of larger legal frameworks like the ICC, as well as other kind of conventions on warfare. Has that helped or has that hurt us in the law war setting?
Thank you for that question. I think overall, the U.S.'s reluctance to engage with international law has hurt us. I think it's very much hurt us in the case of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, which we famously not ratified, but follow as a matter of customary international law, because China likes to throw that in our face and say, well, the U.S. hasn't even signed on, we have, so we have greater moral authority, and that's not true. So I think it's, in that area, it's particularly hurt us. The reluctance to engage with international law in general is, I think, very much a political issue, but also comes from the idea that somehow international law is going to supersede U.S. law, or that the U.S. is going to be held liable in international courts. And I like to say, well, we have the best lawyers in the world. I've been fortunate enough to train some of them, but I think it's just fact that so many foreign lawyers come to our law schools and choose to participate and file suit in our legal system when they can, because our justice system is the envy of the world and our law schools are so good. So why don't we give that a shot and engage with the international community and believe in our own people to win? My caveat to that is the International Criminal Court. And my views on this have changed in the last 9 years since teaching in professional military education. Because, as a simple fact, the U.S. is engaged in the most wars in the world, and mistakes happen that can look like crimes, but are not necessarily crimes. So there is a real, I think, legitimate concern that U.S. service members could be hauled before the International Criminal Court in larger numbers than perhaps we deserve. Now, the counter to that, and I'm very conflicted about this in my own views, is that the International Criminal Court operates on what's known as the principle of complementarity, which means it's only supposed to step in when a domestic legal system cannot handle a particular case. So again, if we have the best justice system in the world, it should be able to protect our service members. The UCMJ and the system that supports it is pretty strong. So that's an area in which I say I have not come to a final decision on, but I think it does hurt our international credibility to some extent not to be involved in that institution.
Operations, as well as for creating a narrative around NATO circling and other topics.
Sorry, your question was how Russia's using lawfare? Well, I think there's similarities between the two cases in what China's doing, let's say in the South China Sea, and what Russia's doing in Eastern NATO territory. But with doing these actions below the threshold of conventional war, we also need to keep in mind that these are two distinct geopolitical contexts, and geography matters and place matters. U.S. alliance structures matter. The U.S. alliance structure in the Indo-Pacific is bilateral based. The United States has a series of bilateral treaties. It's not that way in Europe. Obviously, NATO is an alliance of 32 countries, and Article 5, Article 5 is an interesting thing because a lot of people mistake it that if one NATO member is attacked, then all other NATO members must respond militarily. But it's not that. How a country responds is a national decision, and it was made that way deliberately in the NATO Charter. So there is a degree of ambiguity and vagueness itself in NATO's own charter, because Article 5 has only been triggered once, and this was after September 11th. And each country did respond to defend the United States, but how each country responded varied quite a bit. So there is, vagueness on all sides, and I think that is a better reason for restraint and observation, and to continued communication and engagement with allies to keep up NATO cohesion and political alignment.
Good morning, sir. My name is Cadet Hernandez, an Army cadet. I wanted to direct a question regarding your mention of gray zone tactics, which I found very compelling. Given the fact that the Army has expanded into multi-domain warfare over the last couple of years especially, and in its pivot to near-peer conflict, I was wondering, given these new domains, these emerging technologies which oftentimes merge the liminality between domains, what do you anticipate the future of large-scale combat operations look like between near-peer threats in the United States? And how do gray zone tactics play into it, given the fact that, as you described, gray zone tactics are meant to sort of straddle the line between warfare while still meeting strategic ends?
I think you're seeing possibilities of how the future warfare will play out. The Army talks about multi-domain operations. As far as I know, most wars do take place in multiple domains. Maybe not all domains, but they do take place in multiple domains. I think what you will see as far as the Army is concerned is a continued working with allies and partners and helping to address those threats in ways to leverage allied partner capabilities in both Indo-Pacific and in European theaters.
Thank you, sir.
We have about a minute left remaining, so if we can keep this question under a minute, we would still like to take the question.
Good morning, Dr. Goldenseal. I have a question specifically regarding lawfare and its interaction with cultural differences. The idea of accountability differs very differently depending on your population. So how do you connect with a country that doesn't necessarily value accountability, such as the PRC? They don't value their own domestic law and following it. So how do you use lawfare against a country such as that?
Great question. So international law sets standards for accountability that may be different than the standards of accountability in a domestic legal system. The PRC will, of course, push back against that. So the example I'll give is the South China Sea arbitration, which I was talking about before, which is the other name for the Philippines-China arbitration. The PRC rejects the decision as illegitimate under international law because they said the Philippines didn't try hard enough to negotiate. And what the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea says is that states are supposed to negotiate before going to an international tribunal. It doesn't say how long the states are supposed to negotiate for, what sufficient negotiation is. So in that sense, the PRC has a point, but the Philippines would say that they tried and the negotiations didn't get anywhere. And China's position has always been that countries need to resolve these disputes bilaterally, and which is a negotiation in which they would always have the upper hand with their neighbors because of their comparative military power. And so they prefer bilateral negotiations to any sort of resort to international courts. But the standard is there. The treaty has been signed. The parties to the treaty are supposed to accept international decisions as final once they are the court has made a decision. They're supposed to participate in an arbitration. China chose not to participate in that arbitration, which is unfortunately something we don't have time to get into. So they have signed on to a standard that they are now straining to make arguments for why they didn't accept. And the people or the body that holds them accountable is the international community. That's how international law gets enforced, by the international community, whether that's militarily, whether that's reputationally, whether that's because of trade arrangements, et cetera, which we could hold a class on that in itself, but we don't have time. So in some sense, the PRC standard of accountability matters, but what really matters is how the international community then holds China to account and how the international community interprets accountability under international law.
Now, I would like to close our first session by thanking both of our speakers, Dr. Goldenseel and Dr. Landgraf, for helping us understand and preserve both national and international security, lawfare, and gray zone tactics. At this time, for those who still have questions, I would encourage you to stay and ask the speakers here at the front of the stage while being mindful of those leaving and entering from classes. With that, I'd like to officially close this panel. Thank you once again, and I look forward to seeing how these ideas continue to shape the discourse at the Military Virus Symposium and at our futures. Thank you.
Thank you. That was fun. Stop hitting my head on it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. That's the. Well, that's wrong. Is that an hour? That's an hour. It's slow up there. Okay. It's. Yeah. Yeah. What time's lunch? Noon? Okay. Yeah.
We'll be here. All right. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, no worries.
All right.
They said that he, in the office, doesn't have the slides, so he's making sure that he can present.
Okay. So we want them, do you want them on this computer?
Timing and opportunity and having the right credentials and being in the right place, right time. Yeah, I enjoy writing. I think I might enjoy editing more, actually. But yeah, that's a great place. It's nice. I'm a NATO Russia specialist, but we want our writers to write in such a way where it's like someone could pick up a paper about the use of AI in ground operations or China's lawfare in the South China Sea, and it's accessible and digestible in a way where someone that doesn't have a deep background in that specific topic can still understand. Yeah. It's good to go first.
Yes, and then you can just be like, test. Why don't you? All right. If anything goes terribly wrong, you just want to hit that little.
How do I get it up there?
Dan will switch it.
Okay, he will. He says he didn't have access to these.
Seconds.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat. We're going to start here in a few minutes. Please take your seats, move to the front, and take a seat. It'd be great. Thank you. Please move to the front, everybody. Welcome, and take a seat. We're going to start here in a couple of minutes.
Captain Ishimoto, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Not very well, but I can hear you.
All right, good morning, everybody. My name is Cadet Dylan Deering. I'll be one of your co-moderators for today. Joining us, we have Captain Retired Wade Ishimoto. For this panel, it is unconventional units and the U.S. Army Special Operations Command. Brief introduction for Captain Ishimoto. He's one of the founding members of Delta Force. He's a key figure in shaping the United States Army Special Operations Command. His career spans decades of leadership in unconventional warfare, counterterrorism, and strategic advising in the highest levels of defense.
Good morning, I'm Matthew Pellizzari. I'm your other co-moderator for this morning. Captain Ishimoto's book, The Untoku Code, follows his life story and details the lessons he has learned throughout his youth, through his time in special operations and beyond. General Norton A. Schwartz, who was the 19th Chief of Staff of the Air Force, said of the book, "If one aspires to live a noble and meaningful life, you'll find an exemplar here."
Sir, you can begin your presentation.
Yes, good morning. My sincere regret for not being able to join you in person, as I fractured my ankle a little less than 2 weeks ago. Please bear with me as I am still in pain and on pain medications and am not on my A game. I thank Lieutenant General Broadmead, Professor Travis Morris, Megan Liptak, Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Dylan Deering, and Cadet Captain Matthew Pellizzari for this opportunity to present to you today on the United States Special Operations Command and Unconventional Warfare. But next slide, please. Okay. Before I begin to discuss unconventional military operations, I want to share a few lessons in leadership. There are 3 aphorisms written by the noted philosopher George Santayana, who was in his heyday during the early 1900s. First, the first quote is that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Condemnation are very hard words. Okay. But ensure that you research history to keep from making the same mistakes over and over again, as we continually do in our strategy in waging warfare around the world. Secondly, a quote from Santayana, okay? History is but a pack of lies told about events that never occurred by people that were never there. When you delve into history, check the credentials of those relating what they determine to be their version of history. Did they have their boots in their butt? Were they actually there? And the third quote from Santayana is one of skepticism, like chastity, should never be relinquished too readily. By that, I mean you should also and always maintain a healthy degree of skepticism when presented with supposed new theory. In fact, I call most new theories speculation, and do not become a psychopath just because of somebody's ostensible credentials. Check them out. Ensure what they're saying is in fact accurate and that they have true experience on the ground. Next slide. Leaders never force others to learn. Remember as leaders that you never want to reinvent the wheel, to force others to learn, and waste their time on already known phenomena. The noted Harvard sociologist Chris Argyris some time ago wrote in the Harvard Business Review about skilled incompetence, where supposed leaders talk in ways that appear to make them smart, but does not lead to good results. So as leaders, don't use acronyms, don't use code words, speak in understandable language, whatever that language may be. Avoid buzzwords like game changer. I have heard that term so many times used in frivolous ways. Don't force others to learn useless information. Amongst the topics today in your session, I noted that there was irregular warfare used at least twice. The term irregular warfare illustrates where a lot of time has in fact been wasted on a senseless terms. Let me tell you the true story of how it was created. Circa 2004 in the Pentagon, the principal deputy undersecretary of defense for policy was a retired Navy captain who only got the job because his wife was in fact the personal secretary of Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense. She announced that she would have to resign because her husband was being moved. She was so valuable to Secretary Rumsfeld that he said, I can't have that, and created a position in policy, the number 2 person in all of Defense Department policy, to, in fact, take that place without any previous experience, significant experience in policy matters. He did not understand unconventional warfare. He did not understand insurgency. And so he created his version of something called irregular warfare. For at least 5 years, there was but a 2-sentence definition in the Joint Chiefs of Staff DoD or Department of Defense publication on definitions. And then it started to take off for whatever reason, simply because people wanted to create a new term and make a name for themselves. That did not need to have happened. As I look at the use of acronyms, I was astounded because on one trip to Iraq, I had to go into the headquarters of a MNFI, Multinational Force Iraq, which could have easily been called the Iraq Force or something else. But instead, at their BUA, their Battle Update Assessment, which we used to call the Daily Brief, they started talking about different kinds of phenomena, to include enhanced novel explosives, which we called in special forces flyer plates. And people were saying it's a game changer. It's going to kill a lot of people. And I said, you are ridiculous. Flyer plates will kill vehicles. They will kill occupants of vehicles, but they are not weapons of mass destruction, such as a car bomb driving into a marketplace and detonating and killing literally hundreds of people. Nonetheless, it continued to be used as a term, ENE. And I said to them, well, if you want to talk about irregular warfare, then to enhance novel explosives, all you have to do is add the term military abilities, because then you have ENEMA for enema, and that, in fact, is irregular. So that's my pithy definition of irregular warfare. It did not have to be created. Next slide, please. Okay. So as we move on to the next slide, let me move into talking about the United States Special Operations Command. Okay. That is, in fact, the umbrella organization dealing with unconventional warfare in the United States military. Okay. Its annual budget is about $9 billion, which is less than 1% of the DoD budget overall, because that includes operational activities that are paid for outside of the fixed budget. Okay. The United States Special Operations Command is one of 11 combatant commands. It is not a regional command. It has worldwide responsibilities. It was created by congressional legislation in 1987 because Congress felt that the Department of Defense needed major overhaul. The major bill passed in 1987 was called the Goldwater-Nichols Bill, which drastically changed the way that our Joint Chiefs of Staff were organized and what their functions were to be. But in addition, came about the Nunn-Cohen Bill. Senator Sam Nunn from Georgia at that time, a Democrat, and Senator at that time, Bill Cohen from the great state of Maine, a Republican. So a bipartisan bill, understanding that more needed to be done to enhance Special Operations and Unconventional Warfare in the Department of Defense. Now, the command concentrates on unconventional warfare, as I'll call it. There are approximately 70,000 personnel from 5 services assigned to the command. The United States Army contributes about 36,000, the United States Navy about 7,500, the Marine Corps a little less than 3,500, the United States Air Force about 18,000, the Space Force less than 500 people, and there are in fact roughly about 5,000 civil servants assigned to the United States Special Operations Command. Okay. Next slide, please. The major components under the Special Operations Command, I'll break down by different service. Within the Army, the overarching command under the United States Special Operations Command is called the Army Special Operations Command, headquartered at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And within that structure, they cover these following elements. There are, in fact, Special Forces groups, 5 active duty Special Forces groups. The first group at Joint Base Lewis McChord in Washington State, with one battalion forward in Okinawa. The third group at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, with a focus on Africa for the most part. The fifth group at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, mainly with a focus on the United States Central Command area of operations. The seventh group at Eglin Air Force Base, Florida, mainly concentrating on South America. And then the 10th group at Fort Carson, Colorado, again, mainly with a focus on Europe. 2 National Guard groups also exist, the 19th and the 20th Special Forces Group. The key element within Special Forces is called a 12-man Operational Detachment A. That is a core unit containing operations, intelligence, engineering, medical, and communication skills amongst the 12 members. In addition to Special Forces, there are 3 Ranger battalions under the rubric of the 1st of the 75th Ranger Regiment. They are headquartered at Fort Benning, Fort Stewart, Lewis McChord, and they concentrate mainly on airfield seizures, raids, but also provide assistance to the so-called special mission units that I'll discuss later in this presentation. The 160th Aviation Regiment is a key member of the United States Army Special Operations Command. They are headquartered at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. They are also known by the nickname of the Night Stalkers because of their ability to fly nighttime missions using night vision goggles and other enhanced capabilities to operate very well at night. They mainly fly helicopters, to include the MH-46 Chinook helicopter, Apache gunships, and something called the Little Bird, which are small MH-6 helicopters, very capable of landing within city streets and have been a tremendous asset to special operations through the years. The next element within the Army Special Operations Command is called Civil Affairs. Civil Affairs has a variety of civilian infrastructure skills, such as engineers, lawyers, medical, criminal justice professionals, and they provide a key element in terms of how we wage unconventional warfare. The last element within the Army Special Operations Command is psychological operations. They exist to conduct information operations and information warfare. Unfortunately, they are far underutilized. The fact of the matter is that our senior leadership in the United States government is loath to use psychological operations for whatever reason whatsoever. If you look at some of the changes made in the current administration, the voice of America has been denuded. Other elements of information that help change mindsets around the world in a positive way have been decimated through some of the decisions that have been made. In the past, military psychological operations have come under clearly overmanagement. At one point in time, the commander of the United States Central Command demanded and insisted that he had to personally approve every psychological operations message that was to be delivered by elements in the field. Tremendously underutilized or underutilizing our assets that could make a big difference. The next element, we'll talk about the Air Force. The Air Force Special Operations Command is headquartered at Hurlburt Field, Florida, with wings scattered around the world. They have a different variety of capabilities to include aviation wings that fly different models of the C-130 aircraft. They have over 30 AC-130 gunships with tremendous ground support capabilities. They operate helicopters like the MV-22, and they also fly light aircraft. In the future, they will have light attack aircraft based on crop dusters, but heavily armed and capable. In addition to the aviation wings, there are so-called special tactics squadrons that provide air support, the ability to provide air control, to maneuver and bring people in, aircraft into undeveloped airfields around the world. They also provide a tremendous communications capability, and very often, since 9/11, have accompanied special forces teams into the field to provide additional communications capability, and in particular, the ability to guide in with precision munitions to attack the enemy and to enhance our ability to wage unconventional warfare. So it's a tremendous asset that the Special Tactics Squadrons bring to the overall United States Special Operations Command capabilities. The last type of people that you have in the Air Force Special Operations Command are pararescue people. They mainly concentrate on search and rescue missions. Like in combat situations where a downed aviator goes down, they'll go in and try to rescue that individual or individuals and bring them out. They also have enhanced medical capability, which has proven its merit time and time again in the field. Okay, next slide. I'll continue with the components. The Naval Special Warfare Command is headquartered in Coronado, California. They are mainly direct action forces that I'll talk about later in terms of mission set that operate in coastal waters. But they also, in the past, have also conducted many inland operations and operate many submarines to enhance their capabilities. It is within the Naval Special Warfare Command that the main assault force came from in order to get Osama bin Laden in Pakistan a few years ago. Okay. The additional set that you find in the Naval Special Warfare Command are called Special Warfare Combat Crewmen. These are small boat operators. The small boats often operate at speeds of over 50 knots an hour. They can go in the open ocean as well as in littoral areas, as well as in riverine operations. They are armed and quite capable and provide a quick asset on water to get to a target and attack it. Yeah. So that constitutes the Naval Special Warfare Command. The next element is the Marine Special Operations Command, which is headquartered at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, with 3 so-called radar battalions. They are mainly direct action forces, conducting raids and other kinds of semi-conventional military action, but they, in fact, do have the capability and can and have conducted other unconventional missions in the past. The next element I'll talk about is the Joint Special Operations Command, which is headquartered at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Their mission set is, in fact, classified, but the media reports that they control the so-called special mission units that the media defines as the Delta Force, SEAL Team 6 or Development Group, and a few other organizations to include a specialized intelligence capability, which has world-renowned tactical signals intelligence abilities that have proven itself time and time again in order to conduct unconventional warfare and to seek and find high-value targets. Tremendous assets that they have within that specific intelligence organization. Okay. The JSOC mainly concentrates, as the media says, on counterterrorism, but as I indicated, it has other unique capabilities, to include something called the Joint Communications or Joint Cyber Operations Group, which is headquartered at Fort Meade, Maryland. I understand that Norwich University has a very good cyber or information warfare program on its books, and this is something you should consider because the Joint Cyber Operations Group works very well with interagency partners such as the Central Intelligence Agency and with all the other United States Special Operations Command components to bring an increased ability to wage not only defensive but offensive operations against the enemy using information warfare and information operations. The last type of organization does not truly belong to the United States Special Operations Command. They are called Theater Special Operations Command. They're the control of regional combatant commands like the Indo-Pacific Command in Hawaii and the United States European Command in Europe. They play a key role in coordinating special operations within the area of operations within the U.S. Special Operations Command. They are, in fact, mainly a planning and coordinating organization, but are necessary in order to help better what the United States Special Operations Command brings to the table in the field. And the missions for the United States Special Operations Command. There are a plethora of missions, which illustrates what Chris Argyris talked about, skilled incompetence in the past. Almost all of these missions could have been grouped together. For example, hostage rescue and recovery can be part of counterinsurgency or counterterrorism or direct action. The fact of the matter is that since its inception in 1987, the United States Special Operations Command has been staffed by about 60% of people with no prior special operations experience. Many spend their time picking their noses pontificating and trying to overdefine operations. And that has led to this plethora of different mission sets that are described by the U.S. Special Operations Command today. But let me not lament on that fact. In fact, here are some examples of what constitutes operations under each mission. But I want you to remember that there are three operative words that most unconventional warfare missions use: through, with, and by. Through others, whether they be host nation, indigenous personnel, or partners in the field. With others, again, with the same set that I described: host nation, indigenous, or partners. And last but not least, by, because the intent is eventually to allow those that we are assisting to conduct operations by themselves, perhaps with some U.S. assistance and advice, but by themselves for the most part. We had tremendous success in Iraq in building the Iraqi counter-terrorist units that are able to operate by themselves today with tremendous capabilities. Okay, so let's look at some of the missions. First, civil affairs. Civil affairs can be used in a number of different circumstances, whether it is during ongoing warfare, counterinsurgency, or whatever, or humanitarian affairs. Okay? So through civil affairs, special operations forces have in fact built schools. We have built roads. We have built lumber mills. We have helped build the infrastructure, whether it's the infrastructure for rule of law and good government, or the infrastructure concerning water distribution. So it's a tremendous asset that is contained in civil affairs. We use a lot of reservists, for the most part, that bring their civilian skills to bear on civil affairs. Okay. The next is counterinsurgency. Counterinsurgency specifically deals with insurgent activities where some group is trying to topple the existing government of a particular country, or in cases where there is no good central government to ascend to overall governance of that nation state or particular area of the world. See? In counterinsurgency, our special forces groups in particular are particularly useful in terms of trying to assist others in countering insurgency around the world. But again, the problem oftentimes lies with leadership in the Pentagon. So, for example, after 9/11, there was about a 5-year period where the Secretary of Defense adamantly refused to use the term insurgency to understand what was happening both in Afghanistan and Iraq. And it hurt us. It hurt our strategy. It hurt our ability to better solve the problems in both nations. But nonetheless, it was what it was. The next element is, in fact, counterterrorism. And this has become a flavor of the week over the years, ever since the failure in 1980 of our attempt to rescue 53 hostages in Tehran, Iran. But nonetheless, it attracts a lot of attention. It attracts a lot of resources. And it is something that, in my mind, the United States of America is the world's best in terms of conducting counter-terrorist operations, because we bring to bear the full asset of our capabilities, from intelligence to actual direct action, conducting raids against our adversaries. The next element is, in fact, countering weapons of mass destruction. Again, this was a rather stupid mission that was given to the United States Special Operations Command because what it really meant was the ability to supposedly go deep into enemy territory, go into their hardened facilities that contained nuclear, biological, or chemical weapons, and to destroy those actions. I am afraid to say that that is well nigh impossible. The fact of the matter is, those facilities will be well guarded, and a small sized force would have one heck of a time trying to be successful in terms of raiding those facilities. But nonetheless, it still exists on the book of the United States Special Operations Command as a mission set today. But it is very limited. Next, direct action. Direct action in my day used to consist of raids and ambushes. We are, in fact, one of the world premier raiders, but we are very poor at conducting ambushes. We don't know very well and seldom use tactics to lure the adversary into situations where, in fact, they can be punished greatly. So, but direct action is almost exclusively conducted by American assets alone. In a few cases, we'll use partners to help with our direct action capabilities. Okay. Foreign humanitarian assistance. Around the world, traditionally, special operations forces have, in fact, assisted foreign governments during times of national emergencies, whether they be floods, hurricanes, typhoons, you name it. We have sent our special operations forces into their countries to assist with humanitarian assistance. We also provided, at the end of Desert Storm, refuge to the Kurds in Turkey and Iraq after the Desert Storm had ended. And we continue to do so around the world today. Okay. Foreign internal defense. Again, FID refers to the fact, or foreign internal defense refers to the fact that we assist other governments in terms of building their capability to defend themselves against foreign attack. We do that through education. We do that through training. We do that through joint operations and combined operations with our allies around the world. Hostage rescue and recovery. That defines itself. There have been many instances where special operations has been used in terms of trying to conduct hostage rescue. Most of them successful, but not all of them, and to recover them and bring them home safely. Military information support operations. These are psychological operations. And I've described some of the kinds of capabilities that we have, but as I mentioned before, they are underutilized. We have had some successes in the past which have not been captured again and again. So, for example, in the Joint Special Operations Task Force Philippines, we had a young captain and a mid-level NCO design a comic book. And you ask yourself, well, what the hell would a comic book do to help with the insurgency that was occurring and to go against Al Qaeda and Abu Sayyaf in the southern Philippines? Well, what these two enterprising gentlemen did in their comic book was create a superhero who was fighting against the scourges of Islamic insurgency. It became a very popular comic book with the younger generation. And guess what? The younger generation started looking at their elders and saying, we need to do what this comic book is saying we need to do. We need to fight these bad guys. And it has had a tremendous influence through the years in terms of changing the mindset in the southern Philippines. So, just one example of what we can do with military information support. Security force assistance mainly means we go in and we assist other nations or indigenous personnel in building their security capabilities, whether it's by constructing guerrilla units or whether it's by constructing regular military units. Special reconnaissance refers to the fact that we go in behind the lines, deep behind enemy lines, and conduct special reconnaissance to gather intelligence and to help prepare operations that we might conduct behind enemy lines. Unconventional warfare. When I first came into special operations, it used to consist of three things. Okay. Guerrilla warfare, which we still know how to conduct. Evasion and escape, which has changed remarkably over the years. And the last is subversion, where we have lost the ability to conduct subversion, mainly because of the decimation and underutilization of our psychological operations assets. And the last mission set that SOCOM, or the United States Special Operations Command, lists in its inventory is preparation of the environment. That's a rather useless term because if you don't prepare to go in, you're not going to go in very well. But what it means is that we do through reconnaissance, we do through activities with foreign nations and or indigenous personnel, help to prepare the situation where in fact we have a better opportunity to succeed as we go into a different nation. Okay. Now, simply, and moving on to the next slide, the real key to success for unconventional warfare lies in how it supports and adds to the so-called instruments of national power. You may be acquainted with the acronym DIME, D-I-M-E, or DIME FIL, D-I-M-E-F-I-L. Here are examples of what our unconventional forces do to support these instruments. First, in diplomacy, the United States Special Operations Command has, in many cases, assigned liaison elements to different embassies around the world. We also provide civil affairs support to countries around the world. We provide foreign humanitarian assistance. We provide foreign internal defense operation, and we provide security force assistance. All of those, in fact, are related to diplomatic actions that we conduct in order to build a particular nation's capability and to make them better able to do things on their own. The second portion of the DIME, information, mainly what we provide out of the United States Special Operations Command are so-called military information support operations or psychological warfare and information warfare capability. I've already described and given you examples of some of those. Again, they are underutilized. In fact, in the whole information arena, our United States government effort is not what it should be and not what it is capable of doing. The M for military. I've described the SOCOM missions, and that should be sufficient. On the economic front, the United States Special Operations Command does not have a lot of capabilities, but using our civil affairs people, using our psychological operations personnel, we can, in fact, affect economic situations and add to that instrument of national power. Also, well, for example, We learned with ISIS in Syria that attacking their bank structure can be very important. Whether it's attacking that bank structure through information warfare capabilities and or intelligence, or in fact kinetic action which destroyed banks and money sources. The F for financial. This part mainly focuses on financial infrastructure. And again, special operations has got limited capability to affect financial instruments of national power. The I for intelligence is a very important one. Collectively, within the United States Special Operations Command, we have approximately 1/3 or greater the size of the entire Defense Intelligence Agency. They conduct not only special reconnaissance, but have got advanced analytical capability, and as I said, world-class tactical signaling capability. The L stands for law enforcement, and this in fact is a misnomer, because it's not only law enforcement, but it should be the entire criminal justice system, consisting of police to do arrests, and then organizations to detain personnel, and last but not least, courts to try and bring to justice those personnel. Again, through our civil affairs efforts, our foreign internal defense, and our security force assistance efforts, we have helped train law enforcement around the world as well as criminal justice practitioners. Next slide. Other contributions that the United States Special Operations Command makes include education. One of their key elements is the Joint Special Operations University. They conduct international and interagency as well as special operations programs for our own forces and for our allies. Also, there's something called the Regional Defense Fellowship Program, which was designed to build a network of networks, and simply stated, has not lived up to its expectations because of poor management within the Pentagon. Last but not least, the U.S. Special Operations Command has extensive interagency cooperation and collaboration efforts. In Washington, D.C., there are over 250 Special Operations Command personnel assigned principally to interface with our interagency partners. So I leave you then with the 5 truths of special operations. Okay? Now, let me just jump to the last one. Most special operations require non-special operations assistance. In other words, we are not fully within the United States Special Operations Command, capable of doing everything ourselves. But the other important thing is that humans are much more important than technology. So remember that. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Let's open it for questions.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Let's give Captain Ishimoto a round of applause. I would like to encourage everybody to come up and please ask questions. Come up to the microphone here. If you do ask a question, please just speak loudly and clearly into the microphone. Yeah, he should. I think he's just switching the screen over. 1 second.
I'm Cadet Bellinger. I'm hoping you could talk a bit more about psychological operations and why it's not being funded and focused on. Is it a stigma for the public because of like past actions by psychological operations and the CIA, or is it a internal kind of dissuasion and focus on more kinetic ideals?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear the question.
My name is Cadet Bellinger. I'm wondering if you could talk about psychological operations and if the focus is because of a public stigma against it, because of actions by psychological operations in the past, or is it internal and more of, because special forces is focused more on kinetic actions?
I still can't hear you very well.
Try one more time, loudly. Brief.
Where's the microphone? Is it up there?
No, that one should work.
Okay. Can you hear me, sir?
Barely.
Can you talk a bit more about why psychological operations has a stigma against it? Is it a public, like the general public, or is it internal within special forces and the Pentagon?
The stigma mainly lies on the fact that most people do not understand special operations and what they are capable of. Okay. So, for example, as we look at humanitarian assistance, people question, why do we use special operations? Well, the fact of the matter is they are small, they are mobile, they can quickly be deployed, they have cultural knowledge, and in fact, oftentimes linguistic capabilities that can be of tremendous asset during the onset of a particular natural disaster or other kinds of emergency. And that brings about a lot of jealousy. And the jealousy also extends to the fact that, well, why are we paying these people? Well, the fact of the matter is that special operations has had a tremendous impact worldwide on our ability to conduct better operations, namely with host nations and other partners around the world. And it just creates a lot of jealousy because most people only understand the need for conventional warfare, to pound others with airstrikes, to pound others with tank-on-tank conflicts. And that is not the way that wars are won.
All we have for time today, but thank you again for joining us. We greatly appreciate it. A lot of wisdom shared here today. So one more round of applause, please.
Okay, thank you, and I salute all of you, future leaders, not only of America, but other nations around the world. Godspeed. Have a great day. Thank you.
Have a great day. Absolutely. I was going to repeat. I couldn't hear the question.
Check, 1, 2, check, 1, 1. Okay, just get yourself comfortable and then.
Sir.
And on time too, so that's rough. So do your best to do that just because we don't like people waiting.
little too short. No, you're good. You can sit up there. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait, there you go. You got it.
Working. Hello.
Okay, so they're just on.
Good job.
They are half successful.
We'll be beginning the panel in 3 minutes. We're not doing this one, right? This bolded one?
No.
All right. You're going to press the button. Hopefully.
No way, really?
Maybe for the introduction, we should stand up there? Or do you want us to stay here? Yeah, what would you say?
I would say stay seated. Okay. Movements distract.
And you know what? It's kind of, yeah, we'll just.
And the whole setup of the table and this thing here is not very supportive for any movement.
Yeah, so like restrictive.
Yeah, but also we have this screen that with your height,
Your head.
you have to like bend over and it's like, and just stay seated. Again, this is a conversational.
It's chill.
Yes, chill. It's all about discussing this topic.
Probably.
Yeah, I actually witnessed some of the
Yes.
all those secret handshakes. I'm like, wow, okay.
Yeah, we got a lot.
And it was between a male and a female students or cadets or I don't know.
Yeah, what do you have for time?
Which was, I'm like, wow, okay.
What do you have for time, Blake? Is it not going to cut you off, sir? We're going to start here, sir.
Please take your seats. Started.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. If you guys could take your seats, we'll begin shortly. right, good afternoon, everybody. Today we'll be covering a rapidly evolving domain of warfare, and that is the domain of irregular warfare. My name is Sawyer Hernandez. I'm joined by my co-moderator,
Blythe McQuaid.
And today's discussion will consist of a 35-minute questionnaire between us and our esteemed panelists who we will be introducing, followed by 15 minutes of Q&A from the audience. Please save all questions for the end.
Dr. Fabian is here in his own personal capacity. His views are his own and do not represent the views or policy of the U.S. government, the Department of War, or the Irregular Warfare Center. Dr. Sandor Fabian is a former Hungarian Special Force officer with 20 years of military experience. Dr. Fabian served in multiple national assignments, including the Senior Special Forces Desk Officer and advisor to the Hungarian Chief of Defense, and held the Force Assignment and Evaluation Branch Head position at the Allied Special Operations Command, formerly known as NATO Special Operation Headquarters. Dr. Fabian is currently the Deputy Regional Advisor for Europe and Africa at the Department of Defense's Irregular Warfare Center.
Dr. Fabian is a graduate of the Hungarian Miklos Zrínyi National Defense University. He holds a master's degree in defense analysis, irregular warfare, from the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School, a graduate certificate in U.S. Intelligence Studies, and a PhD in security studies from the University of Central Florida. Dr. Fabian is the author of the seminal work, Irregular Warfare, The Future Military Strategies for Small States. It has contributed several articles at the Modern War Institute, the Irregular Warfare Institute, the Small Wars Journal, and the British Royal United Service Institute. He is joined today by his lovely fiancée, who we had the pleasure of having lunch with, Daniela, and congratulations. And we're so delighted to have both her and our panelists here today. Dr. Fabian's research interests include irregular warfare, Russian and Chinese approaches to conflict, U.S. foreign security assistance, and special operations.
Our first question for Dr. Fabian is, what initially motivated you to explore irregular warfare as a state-level strategy for small states, rather than only as a tactic or subset of conflict?
Thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, being invited to this very prestigious event. And you have to blame the organizers, because they came up with the idea to put the harsh-speaking Eastern European right after lunch and see if the audience can stay awake. And also they know me as someone who speaks very provocatively, controversially, hopefully invites a lot of debate and counter-arguments. And as I said, I use some harsh language. And again, I applaud Norwich University and the organizers of this event for their obvious way of forward thinking, which demonstrate an unbelievable value of this institution, the faculty and the supporting staff who is actually serving the student body here. And obviously, listening to your questions already to the other panelists, I am absolutely amazed by the talent and the intellectual power we have in this room. So to answer that question, actually I had 5 motivating factors to look at this topic. 3 of them were personal observations. One, obviously, as you heard, I spent 20 years in the Hungarian military, a former Warsaw Pact country that tried to transition from a large conventional military structure and enterprise into something meaningful, forward-looking, and future-focused national defense ecosystem. Well, that didn't work too well, because after 9/11, most Eastern European countries were pretty much very quickly aligned with the United States and started developing capabilities that were mostly serving the expeditionary capabilities needed for the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. And those capabilities arguably, and here is my first provocative point, were and still meaningless and irrelevant in a national defense settings, especially when it comes to kind of a conventional way of defense. So my observation, being in the military back in 2015 when I started working on this project or this topic, is most Eastern European small countries' militaries in a conventional sense or a traditional warfighting sense are irrelevant, incapable, and meaningless. The second is a historical observation that military organizations historically are or have been very good at learning from our enemies. And I would offer to you that we stop doing that. Because especially during the last couple of years, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, especially the Western militaries faced with an irregular enemy that was fighting small wars, military operations other than war. We came up with all these buzzwords, as the previous presenter talked about. And we said, this is not war, this is something else than war, and we don't have to be prepared for, and we don't really care what these guys are doing. My observation was, how about looking really deep into what the Iraqi insurgents are doing, how they organize, how they train, how they equip, what kind of techniques, procedures they are using. Same thing for the Taliban, same thing for the Hezbollah, the same thing for Hamas, same thing for the Chechen insurgents in the Russo-Chechen wars, the same thing of the Mujahideen back in the Russo-Afghanistan war, and try to learn the lessons that might be applicable to state-level national defense institutions and organizations. And the third observation, that these actors were, like it or not, were very effective. Both in Iraq and Afghanistan, ad hoc organized, using, very simple technologies, organizational structures with no training or minimal training. They gave a very hard time to the largest, most modern, most advanced military organizations, the United States, the United Kingdom, and its Western allies. They gave a very hard time in those countries to us or for us. So I was wondering, what if a nation or a government decides to use the same organizations, the same techniques, procedures, and just develop them to the best possible ways and create forces that are equipped specifically for fighting such wars. The fourth factor in the topic was an individual with the name Dr. John Arquilla, a professor at the US Naval Postgraduate School, who encouraged all of his students to think outside of the box, even without the box. I'm really sure you heard this, again, buzzword or expression quite a bit. And he said, take a look at the word and try to harvest from the edges of strategic thinking and military thinking. So I started reading into these kind of arguments and literature, and I identified that there are other views on warfare, prosecuting war, waging war, and approaching conflict than just the US or Western ways. The Chinese, as we heard, have potentially different views. The Russians developed different capabilities and approaches over the last decades. And then there are non-state actors out there that actually waging war against state actors, that they have their very unique approaches to conflict. And then in this research, the early research, I ran into this book called How the Weak Defeat the Strong, or How the Weak Win Wars. I'm paraphrasing the topic. And that book did a research and looked at weak versus strong actors in the last 200 years, analyzed the last 200 years, all the wars in the last 200 years, and made the argument that it's not the military might or capability between the two actors that ultimately decide who wins or who comes out of a conflict victoriously, but the interaction of the strategies that the actors are using. And it found that during the last 200 years, when a weaker side, a state or non-state actor, used an irregular or non-traditional strategy, aka not the kind of mainstream conventional warfare idea, against a state actor who used conventional military capability, 55% of the times the weak actor came out as the victor. So my initial argument was why small states or weaker actors are not developing capabilities and designing a military or national defense structure that is specifically designed for and focusing on waging irregular warfare against a military might or military capability or a larger state that is following a conventional military structure in general.
Thank you. That was a great answer. Sir, so we're talking about those capabilities, how the weak beat the strong. Could you go into the strategic advantages that specifically small states can achieve by employing those irregular warfare strategies, and maybe go into a little bit of what that irregular warfare looks like instead of a conventional military confrontation?
Okay, so again, the fundamental argument here is small states' conventional militaries are irrelevant and meaningless and incapable. Why am I saying that? It's pretty much capability and a capacity question. They don't have the numbers. When you look at, let's say, Estonia, or look at Hungary, I can say that because I'm not in uniform anymore. A country like that has maybe 40 tanks, right? If and 12 helicopters, and then maybe 12 fighter jets, and 300-400 fighting vehicles or armored personnel carriers. If you compare that to for example, a Russian military might in a Western military district, it's incomparable. It would take, and for example, in the Baltic states, after 2014, when the Russians annexed Crimea and started the conflict in eastern Ukraine, there were several simulations run by the RAND Corporation and the US DoD in the Baltic states that showed that within 48 to 60 hours, all three states would have been completely occupied, given their military capabilities against the Russian military capabilities in the Western military district. And NATO and the United States is not properly postured currently to actually effectively defend these countries. We can actually generate power and forces over 3 to 6 months, depending on strategic airlift and the sea logistics, and then obviously do a counterattack and try to reoccupy these countries. But there is no way to actually conventionally defend these countries. And these countries are still maintaining a conventional military. They have infantry battalions, a couple, maybe a single brigade, and that's pretty much it. Another thing that is an issue is there is no culture and history in smaller countries for joint combined maneuver warfare. That's an idea of pretty much the US military that, again, arguably they learned from the Wehrmacht from Second World War. There is no professional military education system developing leaders in these countries that could serve as effective leaders in these countries waging a conventional defense. There are no training areas with the size where you can maneuver anything larger than a company, maybe a battalion, in, a joint combined manner. So you are raising generations of military leaders, conventionally minded, educated, and trained military leaders who never really trained or exercised larger than a platoon formation. So you have generals, again, today who never seen a battalion, let alone a brigade, maneuvering and supported by fire and air and all that. And the other thing is these countries are very small physically, right? There is no operational or strategic depth to fall back against a conventional attack. There is no way to actually mount a conventional defense against a large offensive capability like the Russians has, or in other cases, maybe the Chinese have in other areas or regions. So there is, in conventional warfare and in conventional military structure, there is no advantage, disadvantage for smaller states. So if they want to survive, and if they want to mount any kind of meaningful and potentially successful defense, then they need to rethink how they are going to prosecute a war against a much larger and technologically, arguably, more advanced conventional military. And the only logical answer to this is irregular strategy, because it gives them an opportunity to take away some of the advantages and capabilities of the conventional attackers' weapon systems. For example, if you say, we have long-range artillery, what do you need for long-range artillery to be effective? Targets, right? They have to shoot somebody. But if there is nobody to shoot because there are no conventional military formations, you just took away the advantage or even the meaningfulness of a long-range artillery capability. If you want to bomb something, but there is nothing to bomb, because there are no well-identified military infrastructure, that there are no battalions and brigades running around in the open battlefield, again, there is no advantage for the attacker and the conventional military capability. So I will stop there.
In your book, you distinguish between defense and deterrence, two concepts often used interchangeably. How do you define the difference, particularly for small states that cannot rely on large-scale conventional deterrence?
Yeah, for me, deterrence and defense is kind of a continuum on a range. And my argument here, especially in this project, was, what if deterrence fails? Because everybody says that deterrence is the key. We have to deter one way or the other the potential adversary to do something, right? But when it comes to the military, part of the military function is to prevent the adversary to attack or to conduct tests or whatever. So there is a posture, there's a capability and a capacity element to the deterrence part. But then you have to have the capability that if deterrence fails, that military capability that you developed has to prove itself in practice. And my argument was the current conventional structures and capabilities are not deterrent. Because again, if you just go out there, do a Google search, you look at Hungary, you look at Czech Republic, you look at any of the smaller countries, and obviously my argument and my kind of information is very spatial, focusing on Europe and my personal experiences and observations. But some of those countries have a brigade, okay? A simple brigade. And they have capabilities, they have air, they have artillery, but again, there is no adequate education and training system behind it. There's a huge problem with understanding the difference also between capability and capacity. They can do something. They can shoot an artillery round from here to here, but they cannot do it on a sustained manner for 30 days because there is no sustainment, there is no logistics behind it, not enough rounds, they cannot produce the rounds, and so on. So there is no real capability and capacity to be deterrent in a conventional sense. Now, if there is no deterrent, then I would argue when it comes to the situation when the deterrence fails and it goes into defense, that capability is even more and capacity is even more irrelevant and is not giving any real advantage to the small states. And a lot of counter-argument, but you have to have it because NATO is a large conventional structure, and I have many counterpoints to that, how NATO should be transformed as well in line with the changes mostly in the frontline states, and how NATO in this case should abandon interoperability and standardization and transform the whole structure and the whole concept to a defensive alliance, to a completely different kind of framework.
Sir, you talk about capability and capacity as a reason for deterrence not being an effective strategy. I'm interested in your opinion on how small states can integrate that information environment, gray zone operations, those expanding domains of cyber, disinformation, politics, within the irregular warfare structure, given the fact that you're correct, sir, they're very small, but they also may not have the resources to do so. These can oftentimes be robust strategies that require a lot of infrastructure. So is that augmented in your argument at all?
Well, not in the original one, but you are absolutely right. Those elements are critical, again, in the way we should think about conflict. Because right now, conflict and war, when we talk about war, and you can pretty much see this in the US education and training system for military leaders, it's about force on force, especially after Ukraine. We are going back to this large intensity, peer-on-peer conflict, and the vision is still division on division, brigade on brigade, tank battles, naval battles, huge air battles for air dominance and all that. Again, a small state cannot think like that. It has no relevance in that, and their militaries has no relevance in that. So they have to, first of all, have a vision how we want to defend in a conflict against a potential adversary. If they're lucky, they can kind of identify that adversary. So when you have the vision, like any conventional military structure, historically had a vision. What we did then, we built a framework, a commercial military framework, Army, Navy, Air Force, to that vision, right? And we built capabilities. We want to deliver fire, we want to gather intelligence, we want to push-pull logistics. So there are functions that serve that vision, that purpose of the structure. So small states, in my view and argument, they have to completely divorce from this traditional Western style, traditional warfare view, and come up with an idea of how they see themselves being defended or protected in case NATO is not coming, in case there is no bilateral agreement with somebody, in case nobody cares that you got invaded. They have to have a strategy for survival. And when you have that vision, you have to purpose-build an ecosystem on that vision. And my argument that on that vision, there is a kinetic element, a kinetic part, that would be my professional irregular defense force that is designed specifically to fight as insurgents, designed specifically, equipped, trained, supported logistically and everything as that kind of force. But the non-kinetic part is where the information operations, the cyber operations, targeted assassinations deep in the territory of the aggressor country. Spiderweb Operation Spiderweb was actually referenced this morning by the Lieutenant General, how the Ukrainians destroyed very deep in Russia strategic bombers. But those things cannot be developed after the conflict. Those things has to be purpose-built, equipped, trained. It has to be exercised. It has to be validated, and then they have to have that in place. And it has to have a narrative developed for the information space. It has to have the infrastructure to affect the information space, both within the small states, but arguably because we have a free internet and the information flow most of the time and in most regions are pretty free. You can pre-position information operations capabilities in other allied countries or third non-aligned countries. Cyber capabilities and all those have to be in this new design. But you can, my argument, and that's even the US and other conventionally focused militaries are making a mistake with it, that you cannot just load things into the same bucket and say, oh, this is a military function, this is a military function, this is a military function. You need a wider vision and a wider ecosystem around the very complex security environment that we are facing. And it has to be very specific for small states.
How can small states measure and preserve societal resilience and legitimacy to sustain prolonged irregular conflict, ensuring public trust, international support, and internal cohesion under asymmetric pressure?
That's the million-dollar question. Thank you very much. It's probably somebody could make a career on that. Yeah, again, resilience and especially societal resilience has become a very big buzzword very recently in NATO and Europe particularly. Same thing with resistance. It's quite funny. I wrote the book back in 2012, the initial manuscript, and then 2015 it was published. And when I spoke in any of this auditorium, probably 70% of the people was like, oh my God, the devil himself preaching like crazy stuff. And then as political pressure actually grew in Europe, and the Russians did Crimea, and the Russians started doing a couple other stuff, the Chinese started doing things, the discourse kind of shifted to 50-50. And then later, when we tried through the NATO Special Operation University to inject the idea of resistance, the same thing. You could not even mention the word. And a couple of years later, resistance became a thing in NATO, and also US Special Operation Command has been working with several European countries to actually develop resistance capabilities, which again in current form I'm highly critical of and argue it's a huge mistake because it's a waste of resources and dividing already scarce resources in multiple kind of lines of efforts, making all lines of efforts weaker than they would be if only one of them were actually pursued with the available resources and support. But we are living in a very, very complex security environment, and especially for smaller countries, when it comes to, again, to have any chance for survival or potentially defending against a much larger, again, technologically more advanced conventional aggressor, they have to have a very complex response. And one of that can be, and I'm not advocating anybody to get out of NATO. NATO is an amazing thing, and it's an extra addition for national security for any country. But is in case NATO is not coming, or NATO is not coming as fast as it should be, or as with the amount of capabilities and the amount of support that the country would have expected. Because as we heard earlier, everybody throws around Article 5, but Article 5 is a voluntary element. So although it says attack on one is attack on all of us, but it doesn't actually mandate and makes mandatory contribution from the countries. So they can provide, obviously, emotional support, like agreeing that you have the right to actually fight, and prayers and thoughts, and then other countries can provide, obviously, forces and logistics and so on. So in this complex environment, every country, and when I say that even the US, needs a societal involvement in addressing 21st century threat environment or threats against the country. And the foundation of societal involvement is resilience. And actually NATO has a definition of resilience, and again I'm butchering that probably, but it's the nation's ability to withstand or recover from a natural or man-made disaster or disaster pretty much. So it's critical, it's not just important, it's critical, and without societal level resilience as a foundation, as a bedrock, no small state country's national defense have a chance for survival or any effectiveness.
I think it's clear through your last couple of answers that you may make the argument, or you do make the argument, that NATO is perhaps a bit myopic, at least in its conviction in using conventional military strategies. What I might add, or what I might ask you, is if the reason that NATO is myopic and the reason that small states need to change is because of the institutionalization of conventional warfare and our over-reliance on it, is there a risk to institutionalizing regular warfare and creating those structures? And I might ask you to even throw in some historical examples, just because oftentimes, as we've seen in history with insurgents and partisans, the most effective regular warfare campaigns have been reactive and developed during a moment of crisis with an external threat. Is there a risk to losing that dynamism that you see in successful irregular warfare campaigns by institutionalizing it?
Yes and no. That's always the best answer, right? As far as NATO, I think NATO is crucial. NATO is extremely important. I think just the Lieutenant General said this morning, the key word here is transformation. And NATO need to transform or transform the way it's doing business. And was mentioned this morning about this idea of forward defense. I think let's approach it from a conventional military perspective. When we are talking about defense, defense includes a line of defense, right? We have some stationary defensive positions and some mobile defense behind it to react to potential breakthroughs or encirclements and so on. That includes a lot of infrastructural preparation, minefields, tank ditches, barbed wires, all kinds of stuff. And then pre-positioning the forces and then training the forces specifically for that defensive warfare or prosecuting defense. Now it's not happening in NATO. So if we want really be a defensive organization, and we say, the nations say, okay, we want to have the conventional framework sustained because it's just, politically unacceptable, the amount of time it would take to transition or transform from this current kind of Navy, Air Force, Army kind of system to something different is just too long, then I'm okay with that, but then you need to defend forward. You need to create fortresses and Maginot lines and defensive positions modernized to the 21st century requirement with UAVs, with other systems, with cyber capabilities, information operation capabilities in the frontline states. You need to have a crazy amount of money into infrastructural preparation. You have to preposition forces. You have to redesign the entire command and force structure of NATO and preposition them to the eastern flank. Plus, because NATO is thinking about, obviously, defense in 360, we have to address, the southern European nations' concerns with immigration and terrorist threats. So you have to, again, preposition, you have to develop the appropriate approaches along the southern border as well. That's one way of doing it. So NATO has, in my mind, at least two different paths to go in the future, but both needs and requires a serious transformation of either how NATO is positioning, how it's organized, what that money, the 5% now that obviously most countries pledge to spend, how that money is going to be spent. It doesn't need more tanks, doesn't need more airplanes. It's not going to help with the overall concept. Or turning the Eastern European countries into a kind of irregular warfare-focused militaries, and then input or plug those into the system of NATO, kind of building, and the idea is there, building porcupines, as some literature would say, along the eastern border, and then Germany, France, the UK, and the US would bring in the big military might again to support these porcupines. But those porcupines are not being developed the way they are supposed to, because the smaller countries just cannot or are not willing to give up completely the conventional mindset and the idea of I need infantry brigade, I need a helicopter wing, and I need artillery brigade or whatever. And what was the second part of the question? I'm sorry.
The risk of...
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. As there is a risk maintaining a meaningless conventional military capability, there is a huge risk of building something like that, because some societies are just not going to. It's not going to go well. Italians, they built similar capabilities and they turned into mafia and organized crimes. They took some of the training they received and turned it into money-making criminal activities. So there are a lot of risk. Again, it has to be thought out in very much details. You have to understand your societal dynamics and the structure to see what is. The risk is definitely there. But again, ultimately what we are talking about is survival, potential survival. And the chance you might have, which approach you have a better chance if you stay alone, or if you want to survive.
I think it's time to move to Q&A. Yeah, sure.
Our last question will be, what should small states prioritize in the next decade to remain strategically relevant through irregular means?
I don't think small states are strategically relevant, first of all. Second of all, some of them could be because, let's be honest, if there is a conflict with Russia or China or anybody else, that conflict is going to happen on the soil of some of the small states or some of the borderline countries in Asia or Europe or you name it. So their strategic value is that they are going to be the battlefield, right? So that there is what I think, again, Small states have to have an understanding and a vision. If there is a conflict, and many people, especially in Europe, would argue that conflict is coming. It's not a question of if, but when. That's another thing we can discuss probably for a couple hours. But let's say the assumption is that conflict is coming. Then what they have to prioritize is have a vision how that conflict is going to happen, not from Second World War, not from Ukraine, because Ukraine is a very unique case. And everybody's dancing around the idea of, learn the lesson from Ukraine. That's the future of warfare. Ukraine is a very unique land, a very unique society, a very unique military capability, a very unique geopolitical player, and so there are a lot of things there. But the small states have to have a vision how they want to prosecute that conflict that is apparently coming. They have to, again, organize, train, equip for that conflict. And I argue that they have to do a lot of infrastructural preparation in support of that vision. What I mean by that is turning the cities and the urban areas into pretty much military fortresses, because the battlefield of the future is going to be urban areas. Urban areas are already kind of pre-designed a little bit to support military operations if you use an irregular formation there, and it's also designed to limit, or in many cases completely make commercial military weapon systems, intelligence gathering systems, and so on, their capabilities irrelevant or significantly reduced. So if that's already the case in any built-up area, if you put in money and efforts to actually turn them into even a more difficult terrain, even a more restricting terrain for commercial and military capabilities, not just fire capabilities, but many other capabilities, that I think is a crucial priority for smaller states.
All right, at this time, we're going to move into our 15-minute Q&A. I'd like to orient you guys to the left and right microphones on either side of the stairwell. If you guys want to line up and ask questions, now's the time.
Hi, thanks for a fascinating talk. I'm a researcher in the tech industry, so I'm not actually affiliated. I guess I have a two-part question. Since you did say that essentially the book was released in 2015, could you just give maybe a brief evaluation of how well you feel Ukraine has made this transformation? But then also I'd love to hear how you would update the book in light of the experience of Ukraine, sort of some self-evaluation of the central thesis as well. Thank you.
So a couple of things on that. Thank you very much for that question. So obviously the US and many European allies, especially the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, have been a very big supporters of Ukrainian capability and capacity development after 2014. And one of the capabilities that these countries helped the Ukrainians to build is their resistance capability, which is resistance means pretty much activities behind enemy lines where the Russians occupied or the Ukrainians expected that the Russians are going to occupy territories. They had stay-behind forces, military or half-military, paramilitary forces who were conducting different activities, kinetic activities, killing Russians, gathering informations, providing logistics, evacuating people from behind enemy lines, and so on. So the Ukrainians had a lot of success in capability development, and to the point where they, I think, just 3 or 6 months before the actual invasion, they passed a national resistance law that made it mandatory to every Ukrainian citizens to resist and be part of the resistance. Unfortunately, that law was a little bit too late because everything that was included in the law could not be implemented because of the time. But they have been quite successful. My issue with that is, and that's my hand was in it, so it's a self-critique as well, that the resistance capability development was done by the so-called resistance operating concept. That is a report document that was developed by the Swedish Defense University and the United States Special Operation Command Europe. And it's a fine theoretical work that focused on the European examples of resistance during Second World War. So all the lessons and best practices and everything was pretty much drawn from the Polish resistance, the underground state, and the history of the Polish resistance and the French resistance mostly. So none of the relevant and most contemporary cases, like again the Taliban, the Iraqi insurgents, the Hamas, Hezbollah, the Syrian resistance, none of the organizational structures, tactics, techniques, procedures, logistics, none of that was included in this theoretical framework. So we created in Ukraine an organization that was kind of the idea of in support of conventional military capabilities. So long story short, it could have been done way better with probably more and better strategic effect, but I think they did and still have been doing quite well for the purpose that they were designed for, aka to support conventional military activities, and here or there deliver some strategic effect for the Ukrainian government by showing activities behind enemy lines and helping the Ukrainian government to marshal international support. What was the second part? I'm sorry.
No, I think you answered it, which was also just how would you update
the book? Yeah. So I have 6 case studies in the book, and probably you will not be surprised. I would add the Iraqi insurgency, I would add the Taliban, and then the Syrian insurgency as case studies to show, because I go from the US Revolutionary War and I end with the second Israeli-Lebanese war, using the Chechens and also the early Taliban. But I think there are more contemporary cases. We just don't like to admit how difficult these were for us, and I think we have to study them to the detail and then seriously see how we can implement some of the best practices from these organizations into our military structures.
Thank you. And just to clarify, that document that you mentioned that kind of outlined irregular forces, about in the anticipation of support of conventional arms, do you think that's still appropriate for NATO, since presumably that is what would occur, and it just didn't apply to Ukraine because there haven't been that support, or do you think the whole thing needs to be sort of?
I can tell you that NATO right now has a comprehensive defense handbook that is pretty much it's a NATO version of the resistance operating concept, and that is being taught in NATO schools, NATO Special Operation University, as the framework of a national comprehensive defense. And resistance is named in there as either a supporting or a supported effort, but because we are talking in a NATO framework, is always a supporting effort. So NATO expects countries to develop resistance capabilities that would support a NATO counterattack.
Okay, and you think that's appropriate, or you think they need to go farther?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you very much.
You have to turn that on or not?
Yeah, or I can just be loud too.
Okay.
That works. Thank you again for being here, sir. My question orients around the central thesis of your book, looking at how irregular warfare serves as almost a force multiplier for smaller states against conventionally armed larger states. As we watch large states orient more towards irregular warfare tactics, whether they be kinetic or non-kinetic, how do you see small states sort of evolving irregular warfare to maintain that edge, to stay ahead in this fight?
So my major argument is I think that's a mistake translating it as a force multiplier. In my idea, that's the only force. The issue with the idea of force multipliers, that's a great thing for the United States of America with its might, with its resources and societal structure. In a country of 1.2 million, you cannot maintain a conventional military and then an irregular military structure given your human and financial resources. I always, when I have this argument or debate with somebody, I always compare it, knowing that we did the same thing in Hungary, for example. That, the military in many countries look like a body that is pretty much brain dead, and it's only maintained by some of the life support IVs and things like that. And when you add an irregular warfare capability next to it, you create another brain dead body who shares the same IV. with the already brain-dead body, which is the conventional military. You are losing any effectiveness, capability, capacity by dividing scarce resources into two entities that are just unable to exist. So I think irregular warfare, and again, professionally built, designed, trained, equipped, supported, exercised irregular force is the only way for national or small militaries to have any, or small countries to have any meaningful capability.
As larger states who can support both the conventional and the unconventional, the regular and the irregular, how do you see smaller states evolving their irregular forces to keep up with that, to stay ahead?
Well, that's something I definitely have to think about. You know, you have to keep up with the technology, but do not be, another thing of mine is do not become a slave to the technology. And I think tonight when we will have the unconventional leadership panel, I will make a couple points on that as well, because sometimes technology is actually a big, not force multiplier, but it's hindrance on capability, adaptability, and what you can do. Keep up with the technology, but again, also purpose-built and purpose-designed capabilities. And you have to create the environment around that irregular capability, and that's why I'm a big advocate for infrastructural preparation. You know, if you want to fight a certain way, if you want to play soccer, you need a soccer field, right? You want to build a soccer field, and you also want to have a shower room and a changing room, and so on. And those are purpose-built for soccer. You can play American football in that facility, but it's not going to be the same effect, or you know, it's not going to deliver the same outcome. But let me think about it and discuss it later.
All right, you spoke earlier about the balance between an irregular warfare combining kinetic and non-kinetic action. With the evolution of things like the cyberspace and all of this wrapping into warfare, how do you see that balance in the future of warfare? Will it be heavily non-kinetic, or do you think that kinetic element will still triumph over the non-kinetic?
I don't think there is or supposed to be a balance. Very recently, so first of all, I did some Marine Corps school, and I really love, and I'm sorry for the Army guys and the Navy and Air Force guys, I really love MCDP1, Marine Corps Doctrinal Publication 1, titled War Fighting. And it started with the sentence of, war is a clash of human wills. So again, how we think about war is, again, Clausewitz, the continuation of politics with other means, right? There is a political end. There is... That's our time? We were. It's a political end. So war is not always going to be kinetic on kinetic force. And very recently, I wrote an article for West Point where I argued that, you know, when we are talking about war, potential war with China, Indo-PACOM and all these guys are simulating and wargaming how it's going to unfold in the Indo-Pacific region, but nobody talks about how it's going to affect the American society and population, what is going to happen here. A lot of activity in the cyberspace, a lot of activity in the information domain, a lot of activity in the agricultural domain, a lot of activity in the political, social, religious, division and societal problems. There are so many other elements to war. So there's no balance. It depends on how the adversary is envisioning achieving that overarching political goal.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, that is our time. Dr. Fabian will be doing follow-up panel. I don't know what time it is it?
I think it's 6.
7.
7.
Unconventional warfare?
It's going to be unconventional leadership.
Unconventional leadership. So please come tonight, and thank you all for your great questions. We hope you enjoyed. Can we get a round of applause?
Thank you very much. You were great, thank you. Next time, don't shake, it's okay.
That wasn't so bad. Pretty fun. That's fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please find your seats so we can get started. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kelly Sutton-Bosley. I'm the lead research analyst for information warfare here at Norwich University, and I am proud to moderate this afternoon's presentations of the Richard S. Schultz Fellowship Research. The Richard S. Schultz Class of 1960 Symposium Fellowship was established in 2017 as an endowed fund in honor of Dick by his wife of 50 years, Myrna Schultz, and their children, Marnie and Alan, his classmates and his friends. After a wide solicitation, the students sitting here were awarded an annual fellowship grant that allowed them to pursue research. The students awarded the fellowship come from any academic discipline, and they're provided with the opportunity to pursue areas of inquiry and experiences that will promote and expand their understanding of the past and how it impacts the present and the future. Our first Richard S. Schultz Fellow to present this afternoon will be Richard Conlon. Richard is a junior from San Francisco, California, pursuing a Bachelor's of Science in Physics and a Bachelor of Arts in Studies in War and Peace with a minor in philosophy. On campus, Richard is actively involved in the Corps of Cadets, Regimental Drill Team, and Norwich University's Emergency Management Services. He is currently pursuing a commission through the Navy's Nuclear Propulsion Officer Candidate Program with aspirations to later work in academia. Richard's research examines the complex relationship between occupying forces and civilian populations during the English Civil War and the Dutch Revolt. He hopes to establish a continuity between early modern civil-military relations and current civil affairs operations. Richard.
Good afternoon, everyone. My project essentially is covering the English Civil War from 1642 to 1646 in the context of what we know currently about the formalization of civil affairs as a branch in the United States, as well as in other countries. My methodology for this was primarily conducted through an initial review of literature regarding the English Civil War, particularly regarding military conduct during the war. And then I further went into using the grant provided by the Richard Schultz Fellowship. I conducted archival research at the East Sussex Record Office, the Warwickshire County Record Office, and the National Archives UK. Most of the archival material that I used covered correspondence between garrison commanders and higher levels of command, as well as a lot of the account books of the garrisons, so the individual finances of each garrison. So for a brief overview of the 17th century and kind of the condition in it. For context, at the time of the English Civil War, on the continent of Europe, there had been the 30 Years' War raging since 1618. And that war, in general, was quite violent and a generally unrestrained conflict. A key example can be seen in the Siege of Magdeburg, which resulted in roughly 20,000 dead civilians. This conflict spread through publications and individual storytelling from Englishmen who had participated to the English population and represented an incredibly scary form of warfare, an incredibly violent one against military and civilians alike. And the English public was profoundly shaped by these. One particularly prominent book is The Lamentations of Germany,
which includes many different images that are very horrific and describe the killing of merchants, the killing of civilians, the killing of priests, in very brutal ways, drawn and quartered type descriptions. And the accuracy of these reports is not particularly relevant to what I'm looking at, because I'm looking at how civilians actually interacted with military forces. So that's some of the context for civilians and military forces alike going into the English Civil War in 1642. For a description, civil affairs is a formalization of the United States Army's view on military governance, which came out of the World Wars, where the U.S. Army and the sort of allied forces are essentially thrust into a government structure where they're responsible for managing civilians, they're responsible for managing captured soldiers, and this becomes an increasing problem. We see it again in Vietnam, and we see it again in Afghanistan and Iraq, where insurgent conflicts present particularly difficult situations for occupying forces, wherein the needs of the civilians are directly tied to the war effort. And this is something that is relatively new in sort of an expeditionary context. But looking at the English Civil War and connecting those concepts and those principles that we see in modern civil affairs in the special operations forces of the United States military and other countries, we see certain principles for how garrison commanders in the English Civil War managed their relations with civilians, and connecting that to how civil affairs commanders interact with civilian populations, advise commanders, and help sort of temper relations and meet the needs of the civilian population. The English Civil War, there's primarily two forms of interactions, and they both involve money. And that's kind of the general theme, is civil affairs and civil military operations is directly tied, particularly in the English Civil War and in early modern Europe, to logistics and the finances of war. The two primary ways we see this in the English Civil War is through the contribution system and through quartering. The contribution system is the process where the local garrison commander is responsible for collecting monetary, essentially taxes, but it's on top of normal taxes, from the civilian population to support their activities in a garrison. The other method is in a garrison culture, right? Soldiers have to live somewhere, and that process is called quartering. And the way it's supposed to be done is the garrison commander is responsible for paying civilians a certain fee, rent essentially, wherein soldiers then are living in the civilian homes and in their properties. Occasionally this doesn't happen, and civilians complain about not being paid, which, in occasionally incredibly excessive sums of not being paid. And I see this in two case studies. So the two case studies I looked at for this are primarily the garrison at Borstal, which was run by Sir William Campion, who is a royalist, but also, interestingly, a Protestant. But he is responsible for maintaining that garrison for essentially the majority of the conflict. It's under siege twice during that time, and he has to move around. But in his correspondence directly with the headquarters at Oxford, you see essentially a series of orders that are instructing him to extract contributions or instructing him to destroy certain civilian property, or withdraw carts, or carts is the primary one that we see, or horses, from the civilian population, and then to send them back to Oxford for use in the war effort. This is particularly interesting because the correspondence that's instructing him to do these actions against civilians is coming all the way from, with the signature, the king, or from Prince Rupert, who is one of the primary leaders of the royalist effort. So these are quite high-level orders. And interestingly, in these correspondence, there's also descriptions to not extract contributions from certain populations because they've already been extracted by someone else, or they've already been so troubled by the war that they shouldn't have to pay a certain contribution for a certain time. And it's incredibly evident in these correspondence that they're trying to temper the stresses on the civilian population, which is something that we don't necessarily see to the same degree in an expeditionary conflict such as the 30 Years' War. The other primary case study that I looked at is Warwickshire, which was commanded essentially by Basil Fielding, the second Earl of Denbigh, and he is a parliamentarian, and we see with him a lot of petitions from both civilians and soldiers. And these petitions are complaining of a lot of different things. Sometimes the soldiers are complaining that the civilians aren't catering to them enough, but most of the petitions are from civilians complaining that they're not being paid. And in cases, this is in the hundreds or 200s or 300s of pounds range, which is quite a lot of money in 1642. And these petitions are very frequent, and while I have not been able to locate most of his responses to the petitions, the fact that the petitions are spread over 4 years and that they're continuous indicate that there is an open dialogue between Fielding and his essentially population that he's responsible for. And this is sort of, you can connect this to how civil affairs interacts with the civilian population and trying to figure out, hey, what are the needs of the population so that, you know, in an insurgent war, they don't have to turn to insurgents for those needs, and they can instead turn to a coalition government. So this principle is kind of seen in the open dialogue that's present. Those are the two primary case studies. I also looked at a lot of account records. The account records indicate a lot of garrison commanders spent much of their money on paying civilians back for plunder and vandalism that's committed by soldiers, which is a unique thing where civilians essentially say, hey, I have been robbed by your soldiers, and the commanders, in order to temper their relations, will pay them back for that money out of themselves. And then they will also, where I can see it, extract, you know, some sort of disciplinary measure on the soldiers. These case studies essentially demonstrate that there is an active thought process about civilians in the English Civil War, and that the length of these garrisons over years and years and years of time demonstrate that there's a relationship between a profoundly military government, the war effort, and the civilian population. And there's a lot of principles that can then be seen in how we have formalized the practice of civil military operations today. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Our next student to present will be Jaden LaVecchia. Jaden is a junior from Post Falls, Idaho. He is pursuing a bachelor's degree in Studies in War and Peace with minors in Chinese, Information Warfare, and Intelligence and Crime Analysis. On campus, Jaden is actively involved with several activities, including the Corps of Cadets, the Cyber Leader Development Program, NUARI, FCA, and the Democratic Resilience Center at Helmut Schmidt University. He is currently contracted with the Army, pursuing later work in information warfare and narrative security. His research analyzes patterns in historical information operations and establishes a new cognitive vulnerability framework and heuristic narrative security program for cognitive security.
That was a lot of mumbo jumbo in there. I apologize for the techie talk. That was a lot to say. Information warfare is coming for all of us. I'm Jaden LaVecchia. I'm a junior here. If the bio didn't get that across, first off, I'd like to start with a couple of thank yous. First, to all of you, thank you for being here this afternoon. I know it's been a long day and it's almost over. A couple specific thank yous. One, to Dr. Travis Morris up there for giving me this opportunity. Another, to Master Sergeant Sean Lane for being one of my primary sounding boards on this research. And another to the general faculty here for being so open and accepting to something like this. My research centers on a new strategy I'm developing called the Narrative Access and Maneuver Denial Strategy, or NAMD. The strategy focuses on an ethical take on the initiative to counter deceptive influence or information operations targeting democratic societies. To do this, I focused on arguably our three most adversarial countries, Russia, China, and Iran. I picked two major campaigns from each country, namely Ghostwriter, Secondary Infection, Spamouflage, or Dragon Bridge, Glass Bridge, Cotton Sandstorm, and a smaller one from Iran called Likes for Loristan. Now, they're all various types of information operations, typically enabled by some form of cyber means. What they have in common, though, is what's in their crosshairs. And that's you. It's us. A lot of this research that I went through, primarily by sources like Mandiant, formerly FireEye, Recorded Future, Graphica, European Disinformation Lab, they focus on disinformation as a weapon. They don't necessarily focus on the target populace or the people themselves. That's how I wanted to look at this. As a larger map here, you can see those three adversarial countries in red. You can see the United States here in blue, and a lot of the allied powers who were targeted in these campaigns in the sort of dashed green. Key actors to look at here on that allied side are the Eastern European states, as well as Taiwan and the Philippines. Walking through each of these campaigns, I spent more time than I'd like to admit in front of a whiteboard with a marker, just old school chalk talking it out to myself, finding out where things overlapped, what commonalities existed in the tactics, techniques, and procedures, and then looking at the target audience themselves, saying, how were they targeted? Not the country, not the government structure, but the people behind the computer who chose to hit repost, who chose to hit like. How that was weaponized as a means to propagate information. And I also sat down and I said, how can we fight this other than going on the offense? Because America doesn't do offensive influence operations. We have Voices of America, we have Radio Liberty, Radio Free Europe, and those are our means for getting the Western view out there. The question is, how can we defend ourselves against an enemy who doesn't play by the same rules? And that's where I came up with an AMD strategy. This orients off of two key pillars. The first is the cognitive vulnerability framework that is looking at a target audience specifically, each and every single one of us in this auditorium, and going, how are we targeted? What specific parts of our brain make us weakest to information warfare? What tactics do they use to get inside and to make us think one way when we know another? The second pillar is the cognitive red cell. The idea there is to have the good guys on the other side, drawing from cybersecurity best practices to act as one of those adversarial influences, to take on those techniques, and procedures, think like the enemy, act like the enemy, and ultimately help us as the defenders look at where we are weakest and to have a defense in depth. Looking at the cognitive vulnerability framework specifically, I broke it into two subcategories because these were the two that stuck out to me. It's psychological and sociocultural. These were the two largest ones, and they break down in that way. Psychological, for the cyber people in the room, you can think of that as the zero-day vulnerabilities, the ones that are there from the start that are the easiest to find, easiest to exploit, and the hardest for us to look reflectively at. The first one is a fear or a threat trigger. The key case study in my research was on the voter intimidation campaign that took place from Iran targeting the United States in 2020. What happened was the Iranians hijacked an Estonian email server and started sending intimidating emails posing as the American-based far-right extremist group Proud Boys to intimidate Democratic voters across 4 states into voting for President Trump. The idea was to use publicly available personal identifiable information to go, I know where you live, I know that you're a registered Democrat, I know your phone number, your aliases. If you do not vote for Trump, you will not like the consequences. It was relatively convincing at the first half. You look at the email, you go, oh gosh, maybe I'm in trouble. But when you do the digging, you find out, oh, it's an Estonian bookstore. Why would I get it from them? And ultimately, I believe it was Graphica, or Recorded Future, who was able to link it to Iran. And it plays off of all of these different triggers. First, that fear or threat trigger. I'm in trouble. What do I do? Confirmation bias. If you and your friends got the same email, that legitimizes the threat. Heuristic and mental shortcuts. Again, if you have those friends and they see the same thing and they're thinking the same thing, it just reinforces all the ideas before. And the availability bias. If everyone has it, everyone thinks it. And that sociocultural side, you bring these all together. Tribalism is your key one. The idea there is we all kind of band together into our subgroups, our cultural groups. Maybe it's political, maybe it's national unity, maybe it's something else. Maybe we all like to play the same video game. We all get together under those cultural ties, though, and that influences the way that we think and the ways that we are vulnerable. That shared cultural identity, the social proof ideas there, it all reinforces itself together to make us vulnerable in groups rather than individually. It's even worse on social media. I know the people from my generation here, maybe we scroll Instagram too much or YouTube Shorts too much. Every once in a while you come across a Subway Surfers video with text over the top. It's a pretty interesting way to get information across. It relies on subliminal learning. Your eyes are focused on the video itself, but you're still listening to the audio. And somewhere, it's getting embedded into your mind. If you hear it enough, you're going to start to think it's true. If your friends see it enough, they're going to start to think it's true. Boom, you have groupthink. Relying on all of these ideas together, you end up with a vulnerable populace. The question is, how do we stop it? And this is where I came up with the cognitive red cell. This came from a discussion with one of my cyber professors about how we could ethically do information operations for a defense in depth. The answer is we can't. Again, our enemy doesn't play by the same rules we do, so we are at an inherent disadvantage. So how do we get it back? Well, we go on the offense. We target ourselves as the enemy, and we find these barriers. It's a 5-step cycle. It starts off with target audience analysis. We look at ourselves, or if I was a private company doing this, I would look at whoever I was hired to look at. Maybe I would look at economics. I would look at the politics behind it, who they're tied to. I would look at all of the different areas that could be targeted and build out a profile on the target audience, looking at how they're tied together. Maybe they all have the same Facebook pages that they follow. From there, I can look at commonalities. I can build out those psychological and those cultural vulnerabilities by just stepping through publicly available information. And it's scary enough, the stuff that people put on social media now. From that analysis, we can start to weaponize these vulnerabilities. We start to develop a narrative. I have what I want, and I have my end state. I can develop the narrative off of that end state and do it iteratively to make it better and better and better and better and better. From there, once that narrative is developed and I know what vulnerabilities I'm going to target, I disseminate. That's the first step of this kind of 2-step phase of dissemination and cascading. Once I disseminate it, I keep my finger on the pulse of the target audience. I see how they react, how they repost, how they like, how they share. How was their emotional state at the time? Do I have access to somebody who knows them? How did they react? And I keep changing it, adapting it, and making it more and more and more effective over time. And once I have a final product, I cascade it. Not only do I push it out to that one person, I find a way to get it into the algorithm more and more and more so that not only that person sees it and their close friend group sees it, but seemingly everybody around them sees it and starts to think similarly. And from there, I start to do more repetitions of this. It's the same thing, that iteration, but instead of looking at one singular person, you're looking at the whole group that's being targeted. Through this repetition, through this pattern-based building block, we build reports, looking at what was the most effective, what was the least effective, what did I have to tweak to get this to be weaponized to a point where it could be a mass information casualty, if you want to call it that. Based off of this report, we can provide a course of action for whoever the client is. Maybe it's a military, maybe it's a company, maybe it's a city who wants to know how vulnerable their election infrastructure is. The idea is, can we maintain freedom of speech while also countering these adversarial narrative? NAMD proposes an alternative solution to censorship, because censorship in and of itself is a weapon. Now, thank you Mrs. Bosley, for letting me do this. Once the Q&A period comes around, I'm more than happy to answer any questions that exist. Thank you all for being here again.
Our last student to present is Samriti Menandar. Samriti is a junior from Kathmandu, Nepal, studying criminology and psychology with a minor in forensic psychology and a concentration in criminal forensics. Alongside her studies, she serves as a writing coach at the Center for Writing, where she takes pride in helping others become confident with their voice as well as their writing and academics. Samriti is also actively involved in various activities, including serving as an Office of Academic Research Fellow, a member of the student government, an orientation leader, a contributor to The Chameleon, and the president of the Arts Club. Her curiosity to explore drives her involvement in different research apprenticeships, including serial and mass murder and psychological profiles of stress and coping in young military adults. With the help of the Schultz Fellowship, Samriti's research aims to uncover the stress, resilience, and psychological effects of covert operations and coping mechanisms used by shadow soldiers through in-depth interviews, case studies, and literature reviews.
Hello, respected audience. I'm Samriti, and today I'm here to give a presentation on the psychology of shadow soldiers, their resilience, stress, and all the psychological warfares and operations that happen in the covert warfares. So first of all, I want to start by giving a scenario. Think of a time where you helped people, anyone, it could be anyone, your friends, your wife, your colleagues. When you help them, your mind just automatically goes on to, it expects something, maybe a thank you, maybe a smile, something nice. But what happens when you don't get anything in return? What happens when you keep having to help them and you don't get anything in return? It's human nature to not want to do those things. But this is the life of a shadow soldier, where they constantly have to battle in their minds, to battle in the shadows by not getting recognized by people, but still having to do these operations. This is their story, and this presentation is hoping to bring light towards their lives. So let's start by starting this quote. Not all wars are fought in battlefields. Some are fought in silence, not exactly in battlefields always. Sometimes they're fought in minds of the shadow soldiers. To start with this presentation, I would like to give a short introduction about what covert warfare is. So what exactly is a covert warfare? It is any type of warfare where the actions are visible, but the one doing it is not visible. We plan to hide the identity of the shadow soldiers, which is why they're called shadow soldiers, because they're doing all the work behind the shadows. And here, it just does not mean strength. Just does not mean muscle or any physical strength. It also means strength of the mind, power of the mind, being able to do all those operations and battling with these minds is really important for this topic, which is why I want to shed some light on this. So the mind of a shadow soldier, not anyone can become a shadow soldier. There are many traits involved. There are many personality characteristics that are involved to become a shadow soldier. First are the psychological traits. You have to be very able to become spatially aware, endurance, adaptability, becoming more aware of the surrounding and know what to do, when to do. It is very important because all these shadow soldiers are keeping everything on the line. Like anything can happen anytime. You won't know what's happening. Your life is on the line. The nation is on the line. The privacy, the secrecy, the security of your family is on the line. So you have to be very careful of what your next move is. And to be able to do that, you have to go through a long weeks, months of training, years of training to just be able to have the right mindset to do that, to the point where something happens and you won't even take a millisecond to react. That's how fast a shadow soldier should be able to do any task. Just like I mentioned, here training means transformation. You kind of slowly just expose these shadow soldiers towards their main goal, so that to the point where they actually they are completing their mission, they can just react. Also, they need to be very aware of their emotional responses, because during these missions, they have to be very aware of what situation they're getting into, because it also involves maintaining multiple identities, kind of deceiving everyone around you, even your family, which I will talk about in a while. Living under constant pressure, constant fear, not knowing what happens next, high level of flexibility, doing, just like I mentioned earlier, just knowing what to do, when to do. And this is not something just anyone can do. It can be very exhausting to many people, which is why I think acknowledging these kind of soldiers are very important. So this is actually really real. When they are exposed to long-term operations, some soldiers exhaust themselves, and this is a real phenomenon. It's called the operational stress injury. This is any type of mental or emotional injury that comes after service. We might have heard many people, or there might be many family members that you might have seen or noticed. Many people, especially war veterans, when they come back from war, they change, not just physically, mentally and emotionally. And we might not know what's happening to them, because especially for shadow soldiers, they aren't really allowed to share anything. So this creates conflict in their minds. It also creates a relationship conflicts and everything, which makes them more dive deep into their conflicts. Which is why I have this quote that says, "Some battles never end, sometimes it follows home." This is actually a quote from an interviewee that I interviewed, and I will be presenting many quotes from him throughout the presentation. These quotes were very powerful to me, and I hope it conveys the same message as it did to me to you guys. I just want to spread more awareness about this, because all those years of training and operating in silence, it can leave a scar, and it is okay that it is okay. This is also really important because the effects of covert operations that the soldiers have, it is same as the Cold War experiment, MK Ultra, that was done by the CIA agents, that is actually illegal, where they did many illegal human experiments like electric shock and all that. The stress and aftermath, the injury they had is same as the covert operations, which is very painful to hear, because imagine having the same effects as when you're being electric shocked. It is just really hard for the soldiers, and I just want to bring this to light. So, as I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of human cost of secrecy. This is the cost of secrecy that I want to shed light on. Many people that come back from war, they get detached from the real world. They do not know how to adjust to the real world after being surrounded by war and being surrounded by all the gruesome things that they have to see and endure. One of the things that one of my interviewees actually said, that was he had to battle with a lot of moral conflict, where they had to unknowingly unalive an innocent person, and they did not know that. this is a toll. It leaves a toll to people, which not many people know about. How often do we think about the mistakes that we made 10 years ago in that class? Oh, I forgot to do this. We still remember that. So think about how these soldiers might think about all the decisions that they made, about all the people that they had to unalive, even if they were innocent, just because of their mission. This leaves a very big toll on people, and the people might not even be allowed to express because of the secrecy and the contract that they have signed. So this is what exactly happens. They might develop PTSD, anxiety, guilt from the moral conflicts and the moral decisions that they have to make, detachment, isolating themselves from the family, from the world, from themselves too. Some people even developed multiple identities that because they just want to get away from whatever they have done in the past, which is what brings us to the coping mechanisms. Some of the most common coping mechanisms are compartmentalization, where you just kind of dump the trauma into some part of your brain and you just don't ever go into it. But it's still there. You might not know it, but your mind's consciousness will someday bring it back. You might have nightmares, you might have anxiety related to it. Someday, some way, it will come out, which is why we have to tackle it as soon as the symptoms starts appearing. Some people also like to cope by humor and brotherhood, which is what I've seen here very commonly, especially in Norwich too. The use of dark humor, jokes, and it's like, oh, I'll be okay. It's just like one day, I'm dying every day inside. And they're laughing by saying this, but what exactly is happening in their minds? What happens when you're just alone in your room and there's no light in the room? What exactly are you thinking? Are you still joking, or are you still thinking about your past, that one mistake, that one decision that you made that changed everyone's lives? Which is why this topic, I think, is really important and should be more aware about. So this is actually a picture of me driving, and you guys might be wondering, why is this picture here? Because it's just a random picture of me, right? But this is actually here because this is AI generated. I don't even have a car like that, and I don't even have a purple dress like that, which is very scary, especially for a woman, where anything can happen, anything can be generated like this, and it still looks like me, which is very scary. This brings our mind towards future modern front lines, the covert operations related to digital warfare. This is actually a serious issue that is happening, where AI can generate anything. You can create deepfakes, and we won't know exactly what is true and what is not true. This is very harmful because this can create conflicts between many nations, and it can basically spread false information, which is not good for anyone. And I just wanted to show that with my picture because it is really dangerous. It can just make the truth blurry about what exactly is truth, who to trust. Can you even trust something at this point? That's what it will make you think. So from all these operations, the shadow soldiers have a lot of conflict, ethical and moral. If deceiving people like this can take their lives, should that even be legal? Or how do they live from that wound that they have created to their families, to the nation, to the innocent lives, to the family of someone innocent that died? How do they live with it? They have to constantly battle with this every time. And some people might be able to cope with it, but some people won't, which is normal, which is why this importance of the case studies also give some example about how people have made it after these operations. First example is Virginia Hall. She was actually a spy for the French, and she was going against the Nazi Germany. She was actually considered the most dangerous spy because she was working under the shadows, providing resources to the French, secretly creating allies of the French to go against Nazi Germany. And she made it out alive, but not many people do that. So she later joined the CIA agent, and she was actually a really impressive woman, and I admire her a lot. Another example is Eli Cohen. He unfortunately did not make it out alive, and it had a huge toll on his family, his wife, because his wife was not even aware of what he was doing. He was actually working for the Israeli government, and he was working as a Syrian spy, kind of acting as a wealthy businessman by getting close to all the high power people in the politics, to the point where he was able to become an advice agent for many big political agents. So later he was caught and executed, but his wife and his children had to bear all the consequences of it too. So it is not exactly just your own burden to carry, it can also carry home, like I said. It can also carry home towards your family and everyone around you. So these are other quotes from the interviewee I mentioned earlier. He was actually a mercenary for the Marines, and his job was to basically unalive people, which is where the toll comes in, because he was conflicted between many choices when he had to carry out his operations. According to him, his words, "You learn to wear masks, not just to hide from the enemy, but sometimes to hide from yourself. Just like how I mentioned earlier, you create other identities. You do not want to face what you did, so you just act like someone else. You just kind of throw everything on the side because you don't want to face with it, but it's not exactly a healthy way to cope." The other quote is, "Pain either crushes you or forges you into something harder," which is something that these soldiers have to keep in mind every time, every second of the mission. Okay, this is happening, but what am I gonna do about it? I'm just gonna be stronger. This is gonna make me stronger. This is their mindset most of the time. And this is why I admire them a lot, because this is a huge thing to do. Even the smallest things while making decisions, we think 100 times. Even about this presentation, I was thinking about it 100 times. But imagine how much do you have to think when people's lives are on the line, which is why this is very important, and this whole topic should be more aware of. And this comes to the conclusion. Here are the key findings. I just want to aware everyone that yes, the shadow soldiers exist, and it does have a psychological toll on themselves, the nation too, and their families too. It's not just anyone who can do it. They have to train a lot. They have to work through a lot. Resilience building, a lot of resilience building. And sometimes this resilience does not always mean being strong, but also being aware of your weaknesses, so you can be more aware about what's happening and your strengths and weaknesses, so you can work through them. It also sheds light that all these operations comes with a price, often the price of the soldier's mind. I want to end by saying this might have been a long presentation, and I was actually discussing with my mentor, but this is the most important part of my presentation. I don't really care if you guys do not get anything from this presentation except this one slide. Especially, it has become an honor to present this in a military college where there are many people like you, people in the audience that might have been through this or will go through this someday. You might have sons, daughters, fathers, sisters, brothers that might be going through this every day, which is why it is very important to raise awareness about this, to let them know that they are not alone, and it is not their own duty to carry their burden alone. They can talk to anyone. They can seek help. Seeking help does not mean that we are weak. Seeking help means that we are aware of what we have been through and we are strong enough to face it. So we have to be more acceptable of ourselves and the things they have done, because just like this quote mentioned, that is also from the interviewee, you won't always be the hero of everyone's story, but you might be a hero of someone's story or your own. This becomes very important because no matter who sees you as wrong or whatever, you just have to be strong enough to see yourself as the capable person that was able to carry those operations even when you were so much under pressure. To remind yourself that, okay, this has been done, but what can I do next to become better? And we all are human. We make mistakes. We constantly fight with moral decisions. This might be one of them, but this is not just the end of it. Remember always that you are human first before you are any type of weapon. Human emotions are normal, and just because the shadow operators work in the dark does not mean they don't deserve light. And this is the call to action, that they do deserve light. Thank you so much. I want to thank everyone in this audience. I want everyone to become aware of what they have done and what they are about to do and not be ashamed of it, to seek help when you think necessary. I just want to thank the Peace and War Center, my parents, my friends, my mentor for believing in myself, even when I wasn't able to myself. This is something very powerful, and I hope this carries on. I hope this makes you guys a little bit more aware of before presentation, a little more before the presentation. Now that you are aware, I hope you guys take action personally too, and for the people around you. And lastly, I just want to say thank you to all the shadow soldiers for serving. Thank you.
We do have time for one or two questions. If anyone would like to pose a question to any of the students who presented, please step up to one of the two microphones.
Hello, my name is Marcus Paul. I have a question for Mr. LaVecchia. You mentioned that we are under attack from several nations due to misinformation campaigns. What are some things that I can do as a user of social media to prevent myself from foreign influence? Because sometimes, you know, you're scrolling through Reels and you see the same thing over and over and over again, so it like gets in your brain, like you mentioned, theories of groupthink and collective bias. What are some things I can do to keep myself more informed of misinformation attacks?
Yeah, first thing is thinking critically, right? If you see something that's obviously fake or immediately trying to get your emotions, that's one of your first and biggest red flags right off the bat. If you see something that's been reposted countless times but has minimal likes, or has a lot of likes that doesn't really track with its engagement or comments or something like that, different incongruities between posts and interaction, that's another big red flag. Or what looks like a big account, but also newly generated, something like that. Another one, I've been a victim of this, I think 3 times now, where someone tries to co-opt trust through somebody else's account. I've seen 3 or 4 duplicates of my personal Instagram account pop up now. And if you see stuff like that, those are the kind of simple ones. Reaching out more, looking at something that tries to immediately strike your emotions, whether it be anger, fear, sadness, something like that. Maybe it's a video of a puppy or something. That one's relatively innocent. But if you see almost like atrocity propaganda, that's a big one. Being smart enough to go, hey, that's screwed up, but also the wherewithal to go, is the story that's along with this image or this video the actual story? That's the easiest one.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth. My question is for Cadet Jaden LaVecchia as well. It's more specific to the target audience analysis based on the cognitive red cell that you mentioned. I just wanted to know, like, how are the target audience selected? Is it based on the cognitive vulnerabilities that you mentioned, like you see these different things happening, and that's how you find the target audience, or is it mostly based on like activities like the confirmation bias or like polarization? And if that is the case, like, would you say that this workflow is sort of reactive rather than proactive because it's acting more like a red team in a pen testing environment? And yeah, just wanted to know more about like the target audience analysis and selection.
Yeah, when I built this out, I was thinking about it in a very military perspective, right? Hey, I just got an order based off of this. I'm going to look at X, Y, and Z, plan, execute, and then reorient. From a very like almost private sector perspective, looking at, hey, I just got an order. This company wants me to look at maybe where they're vulnerable to a other corporation that wants to do X, Y, or Z. Maybe they want to do a merger. Maybe they want to do a hostile takeover. What's the likelihood? What are the ways that they can do it? The target audience analysis is your first tip off of how is the bad guy going to act? And then from that target audience analysis, you go, not only how are they going to act, what specific courses of action are they likely to use? Does that answer your question?
I do have a follow-up question, but I'll ask that once the session is over.
We'll have to end the questions there due to time, but you're welcome to address the students after the session. Thank you very much to everyone who joined this afternoon.
I knew it was going to be interesting the second I saw Paul.